Yo, what up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. We're going to start here in about 23 minutes. My name's Rodrigo. I'll be here with you today, and we'll be here with Nic Chahine, lead trader at the Benzinga Options Inner Circle, where he's trading all day, Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday, 9 to 6 p.m. So if you guys want to catch Nick, you can do that. Feel free to join the chat room. But for those of you that are asking me where Nick is right now, he is in the chat room right now. That's where we're waiting for him. So he's there 9 to 5, typically Monday to Friday, live, sharing his screen, webinar style, live callouts, short and long term trades. So that's where Nick is right now. Once he gets back in here, we're going to get this started. We have a bunch of stuff to go over with you guys, trade ideas, market events, technicals, Fed, market risk, a lot of things that we're going to talk about, portfolio strategies, things like that, profit booking strategies. You definitely want to tune into this session. We've never done this stuff here that we're going to talk about today. So make sure you don't miss it, and just make sure you're here, all right? And it's going to be in 22 minutes. And we're trying to find out who was the first person here in the Zoom chat. So we'll see. We'll try to figure this out here in the meantime. But make sure you're paying attention. Make sure you're ready to rock and roll. We're going to start at 5 p.m. Eastern, as always. Typically, it's Tuesdays and Thursdays, but today, it's one off. So just make sure you're here. Nic Chahine, lead trader, Benzinga Options Inner Circle, 5 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you don't miss it, guys. We'll see you here in a little bit. Hey guys, we're gonna start here in about 15 minutes. Couple shout outs here, a couple folks in the crowd. We got Andrea early, good to see you. Giovanni in the house tonight. Chitan, Dennis, Galaxy 830. What's up, man? Nice phone. Gaurav, how we doing? Harmesh, Lydia, Mario, Rafaelo, Roger. What's going on, dude? Folks, stick around here. We're going to start here in about like 13, 14 minutes with Nick. I just got off the phone with him. He's wrapping up that session and he's going to be here with us today in about 13 minutes, right? So just make sure you're ready when we're good to go. And at the end of the session, keep in mind, at the end of the session, we'll go over tickers from you guys, from everybody out there, right? So just to keep that in mind, at the end, leave your tickers until the end, guys. And we're going to see you guys in about like 13 minutes here, so we'll see you soon here. All right, everybody, welcome to the session here we have today. My name's Rodrigo. I'll be here with you going over this stuff here with Nic Chahine, lead trader at the Benzinga Options Inner Circle. That is our main live trading options tool, really, that a lot of traders do like to use. Pretty much, Nic Chahine is there the entire day, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. Live trading, like webinar style, and on Sundays as well. Sundays for about 2, 3 hours. He goes over like hundreds of stocks just for the chat members. So that's where Nic was, but Nic is on his way here, basically to this session that we have planned for you today. He's just wrapping up a session with the chat members, and a couple shout outs here. We got Alan, Son, what's up, dude? Akil, Antoine, Charles, what's up? And Anna Robinson, Bavon, Nicholas. Let's see, Derek Anderson, what's up, dude? Derek's in the house. We got to give a shout out here for Derek. Let's go, guys. Come on. That's how we do it for Derek. You know how it is, man. Dan Lathy, Christina Lowe, Deborah Veneer, Galaxy, what's up, dude? Holter Coding, good stuff. Sharon Couch, how are we doing, folks? So yeah, we're pretty much going to wait for Nic here to get everything full set up. But what we are going to be covering today, this is what we're going to be going through the entire session. This is going to be anywhere from about like an hour and 30 minutes to about 3 hours or longer. I really don't know. It could be longer. These things can go long sometimes. And let me know. Let me know in the chat where you are tuning in from. And but basically, just to give you guys an idea, we're going to be going over trade ideas, Nic's 90% options win rate formula, options education, setups for equities, options, crypto, commodities, buys and sells, charts, market discussions, and make sure that you also stick around until the end, because at the end, we're going to have a live Q&A and a real-time view of Nic's private live trading room. All right. So for those of you that are not part of that already, I'm going to show that to you. And that will be at the end. Right. So just make sure that you guys keep that in mind. Robin there from Maryland. What's going on? Right. Dan from Rifle, Colorado. Timothy, New York. How are we doing? Arkansas. Joshua from Nigeria. Nice. Like we got people from everywhere here. Let's go. Come on, guys. Savannah, Georgia. Winnipeg, Canada. Idaho, Montreal. Nice. Detroit, Ashley from Detroit. Got to give a shout out there, of course. Keith from Calgary. All right, guys. I think we got a good feel here for the crowd. And my producer here is telling me right now that we got the man in the house. Let's go ahead and bring in the one and only Mr. Nic Chahine.
Sorry, I'm late. It's been a crazy day, crazy good day. Been busy with the chat room, and then we lingered on afterwards. Let me see if I can turn on my video. Where am I? There I am. So, how are you?
I'm doing well, I know the chat room has been on fire. It's live every day, so I literally tune in if I have a little bit of a break here and there, just to see if they catch any live trades. Usually, when you do like call outs, things like that. But yeah, besides that, everything's going good here with the chat room. How about yourself there, Nic?
It was a pretty good day. We kind of charted it almost perfectly as far as the intraday price action. The big picture, if you want to talk about that for a second, I wanted to be long going into the end of the week. So today and tomorrow, and I shared the positions, kind of like the idea of it, because coming into this week, everybody was positioned bearishly because Wall Street told us to expect bad things on weeks where we have monthly expirations like this week. I disagree. There's usually activity more than usual just because from the sheer volume of things, but only has it been bad because they tell us it's bad. So it becomes some sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So when those set up and the world doesn't end, as soon as those come to a conclusion or draw to a conclusion, then everybody goes back to doing whatever they wanted. So being long out of today was being long out of yesterday on the dips was the right thing to do. So
Yeah, the one thing I would say is that this is really not the time, Nick, to try to wing it and try to figure this out on your own, because 2020 was one time and everything was going up. So everybody felt like a genius, but we're in different times, more complex, and trying to do this on your own from like what I talked to with traders, throughout all this stuff, it's usually like, I blew up an account here or that, um, because they try to do it on their own. So I really think we got to emphasize there the community aspect, because I mean you guys are there all day. Like that is, that's quite a task there, right?
it was time consuming and it was taxing this morning. I had a little technical issue. In fact, is just dragging into this afternoon. Um, but they helped me move 260 people out of one room into another. It was pretty tall order to do on the fly and still try to manage the trades in the morning. So good day overall, good stuff. We did a lot of learning. That's the biggest part. So the debates today yielded, I think, 4 Iron Condor setups, so which are pretty good way of making money while nothing happens. That's basically what the Iron Condor is. You sell losing lottery tickets for people who want to bet up and bet down. They're high,
Right.
Their high hit ratio, like theoretical chances of success is pretty good, and they have limited amount of money at risk, and they need absolutely nothing to win. In fact, they bank on nothing happening. So boring is beautiful in that case.
Right. And the thing is that, just to clarify, right, in the live trading room there, Nick, you have a you actually share your screen and everything, like through the entire day, where you're doing live stuff, but then you also put, I guess, longer trades, I guess, credit put spreads that are more far out for the people that maybe have a full-time job and maybe they don't want to trade the tick to day, right? Correct?
Yeah, what I do, I'll give you an example today. So if you want, I can share your screen. I'm going dizzy watching your things going around in circles.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do
Okay.
it. All right, let's official. Let's go.
Okay, it tells me, oh, you're going to stop sharing the screen. Yes, I am. Let's go to advanced. I want to share something that's not going to make us all go gaga. Spy, what do I have? Spy. Okay, there we go. This one should be the right one. Okay, so you're looking at what everybody would be looking at all day, every day. That is the extra layer that we added to the service. So we are live looking at these boxes all day, every day. And when I say all day, I mean all stinking day. I live in California, so I'm on the West Coast. I'm at my computer about 10 after 4, and I start talking around 6 o'clock my time, which is about half an hour before the stock market opens. I try to not talk until the market opens because I'm busy doing all kinds of stuff. So this is one thing we set up today. When the day started unfolding, somewhere here, I said, I think this will happen. And I said, there's a head and shoulders that could draw itself. And what's going to happen is it's going to fade, it's going to pop, and it could fade and do this. So it look how it traced it. It faded and it popped, and then they fought over it, and then it took off. So when they were here, I said, make sure to stop yourself out here if you're short, because I knew that the pop would take it to higher highs.
Just to
and
be
we
clear,
were long.
Just to be clear, this is a trade from the chat room, from the
Yeah, this was in the chat room. All these discussions were in the chat room. This is after like a couple of hours. And to put it back into perspective, we bought the dip yesterday, especially in the small caps. And it wasn't perfect. In other words, I didn't nail the very bottom, but I got in with batch 1, and then it took a little leg lower. And I said, I still like the setup. I added to my position. And so we went into today long, and then we got today. So my personal IWM calls doubled. And I'll talk about that a little bit later, which we also did today. But the point is, we were trading all day, and then somewhere here, that was the setup. I said, there's a fade. So there are people fast enough. I am not, because I'm helping people do this. So somebody listening to me would have taken a bearish trade and they would have made money. And then if somebody was short and didn't book their profits, then they knew to get out right here. And if they did, they avoided all of this. So what did we do in the rally? Late in the day, I said, we were discussing how are they going to close? I'm going to go into a 1 minute chart. You're not going to believe it, but anyway, so I drew these way ahead of time, and then this is what happened. So somewhere here, they said, how do you think it's going to close? So I brought in a picture of the options contracts, and I said, it looks heavy. So if I was an options maker, I would want the SPY below 443, closer to 442 than 443, and it was at 444 and change, based on the options. So I said it costs 70 cents to buy this put, and I pointed out to a put in the SPX with minutes to go. It cost 65 cents, in fact. And then if somebody bought it, it turned into $2.50. So that if I spent $70, I sold it for $2.50 minutes later. In fact, I didn't check on it at the end. But those are like easy intraday trades.
But that's what you do when you're sharing your screen 9 to 5. Like when you're like
that's what's going on all day. However, like you said, in between those hours, it's not action packed all the time. So there are some dead spots. So we fill those dead spots with discussions of longer term setups. I'll give you an example. I'm pretty sure I set up 4 different iron condors for weeks at a time on several different tickers, because somebody said, how would you trade Airbnb into next week? I'm looking to short it. And they shared the short position using a bear call spread. I said, okay, but why are you shorting it? They didn't have a reason. I said, well, how about making it into an iron condor so you would hedge your bet? So you're short up here and you're long down here. And as long as nothing really crazy happens, you should win on both ends. And there were 2 or 3. Google was another one. Somebody wanted to trade Google for, I forgot it. They said 2 or 3 weeks. So I shared the setup on that. There was another ticker I said I would avoid because it wasn't liquid enough. And a couple more. So the conversations are
and the thing is that, like, not only do you provide trade ideas and setups, Nic, but you also have this amazing education library with everything from like what is a call, what is a put, what is a spread, for people that are new, right, to catch up so that they can go up to speed with the chat room, right?
Yes. So what you have there is basically a course about options, and I call these evergreen videos. So I made them modular. So one section is about one tiny little thing, and the other one is about calls. One is about puts. One is about spreads. One's about credit spreads. One's about what's the difference between a cash settled and not cash settled index, AM settled, PM settled. And we add to those videos. If somebody wants to learn more about him, a new concept, we add it. I share that. I'm going to do one today. I think a diagonal. Like, what is a diagonal? I'll give you an example, a live example of what I did today with a diagonal to book profits and stay long something called the IWM, which is the ETF on the small caps. I was showing you that you wouldn't believe it, that what we do is possible. So this is the S&P last minute today. These are 30-second candles, and that is what we were watching today. Okay?
I think you need to share your screen there, Nic.
Oh, okay. You guys. Oh, you stole it from me. What?
The producers, is not me.
Oh, the producers. Who are these people? Looking at the SPY. I'm trying to share the right. There it is. This is the right window. Yeah. So this is the S&P today, 30-second candles. So every bar you see here is 30 seconds. This is that same day, few minutes before the market closed. Okay. I want to draw your attention on my head and shoulders that I drew. And I said, this is the scenario I see from the puts. They said, how do you think the puts are? How do you think it's going to close? If you were a guessing man, how do you feel? I said, I don't feel. Let's go find data. That's literally what happened. I kid you not. And then I said, let's look into the data. And I looked at the data, and the puts were a lot more expensive than the calls. And I said, if I were a market maker, I would want to price the options according to what I think is going to happen, so I get my money's worth. And with minutes to go, that couldn't have been more clear. And that was the drawing I did. And that was what actually happened. So the drawing I did was on that big green candle right here. And then this is, I kid you not, 10 seconds later, 10 minutes till 4, that's that big candle right here. We call it TTFM for a joke, 10 till 4 madness, because this is what happened in 30 seconds before the market, when we went 10 minutes before the hour, on the last hour of the market. That is one candle. From here, they poked into a new high. So what does that do? So if somebody's short and they put a stop loss, that's why I don't do stop losses like that. If they put an automatic stop loss, this little poke got them out of their short at a loss, and the market maker basically stole their money, and then they did this after that. So they had the right idea of the short, and then they got stopped out of their short, and the markets fall where they would have made money, and they didn't because they stopped them out. And then it goes down to here. And then it closes. That was my target after the fact. I said, okay, now that we finished this, there's another one brewing, and I drew a second one, which wasn't there on the first chart right there. And it came pretty close. We do this all day, every day, and it's a ton of fun. We crack jokes. We get upset. No, I get upset. No, I got heated this morning when the machine broke on me. And it was like, they helped me open a new room. It just crashed on us.
The thing, Nick, is that
opportunity.
The thing is that you do this, not only you provide them trade ideas and education, but you are there answering questions there about real trades that they are in currently, right?
All day. Somebody said, let me see if I can remember the trades that we're in for today. Somebody had a winning trade, and okay, I forget the ticker. CrowdStrike. So I suggested a long a while back, and I drew, let me see, I'll draw the chart. This is the chart I drew. I said somewhere here, I said it could fade or it could rally. So this is where I drew a breakout or a fade to breakout. I call these BDBR, buy the dip if it happens, or buy the rip if it happens. So we don't know. I knew they were going up. I didn't know if they were going to pop right away or dip to pop. So you can either get long and hope for the best, or you just wait for one of these two to happen, and then you get long on the dip, or you get long once they break out. So anyway, they came to me. I forgot his name. He came to me and he said, I'm long CrowdStrike. I'm deciding when I should get out. I said, well, it's at my target. It could rally much higher, but you have one more day on the trade. Why ruin it? And he wasn't super green. In fact, he was red until today. So I said, I share these acronyms. When we're trading, when in this uncertainty, I share another acronym. I call it ABC. I mean, you can play around with these words, but it sticks, ABC. So on pops, the C part is that one. Closed losers, like when we have relief rallies like this one, CrowdStrike up 7% out of nowhere. Close a trade that was losing for you. And he went from red to green with 1 day to go. It's a gift. I said, even if it goes here tomorrow, the right thing is to get out. Yesterday, you were completely wiped out. Today, you're super green. I mean, not super green. You're back. You got your money back. Somebody's offering you a gift. Take it. So that is the proper way to handle that. Amazon today was discussed. Somebody wanted to trade Amazon, and I charted it on a short term. I said a couple of numbers that nobody believed. Somewhere in the middle in the morning, I said Amazon can go much higher, 3170. And they said, what? I said, yeah, I see two ways to 3170. And then it got to 3120 and it hiccuped. It only ran out of time because that hiccup was going to go back and go to 3170. So maybe by tomorrow, we'll see. But so this is the setup for the 3170. That's the target. And I forgot where it was. What time did I post it? I'll go look for it. It's on the side of the window here anyway. So the discussions are about fast trade setups mainly, but when there's nothing going on, we talk longer setups all the time. And part of it is I share a video, usually about 10 to 15 minutes, almost every day, with a slower trade setup. Like today, I shared a video with, I think, 3 or 4 different tickers that you can trade. I only shared specifics on 2 of them. One was Chewy, and one was CRM. But I said I could have done the same with Qualcomm. In fact, the list is right here. Oh, speaking of lists. Okay, so this long list of stocks, 154 of them. In fact, 153 because I booted one out today, LUV. These are tickers that the members asked for on Saturday. They said, please tell us about these tickers. So I put them all in one list, and I gave the members a huge table of from Google Sheets, and it's clickable, and it's got charts. I'll find it and I'll give you a picture of it. I can't bring it in here because this is not a browser. It's an actual desktop program, but I'll show you what it looks like while I talk about it. So they give me the tickers, and I go through the tickers, and I hand them this as a result. A long list. Last Sunday, 2 hours and 20 minutes, I think. So 153 tickers, and it's a sheet they can refer to anytime. I mean, there's some from Australia's market. There's some from Germany's market. There are futures contracts. This one is a future contract, the futures of the crude oil. These are live links. They would click on them, and these are my notes. And if there are any notes for me to trade, all these side notes became this section 1 right here. So I could have traded all of these today, and I showed them the list, and I said I could do the same thing I'm sharing with you now on any of these. And
so you go over all of these trades every Sunday and live on a webinar, and you post the recording as well on that if they miss it.
Yeah, the webinar, since it's on Sunday and a lot of people are busy on Sunday, I record it. And it's 2.5 hours, and it's alphabetical. So if you only want to see your tickers, you can just scroll through and get to the parts in the video where your tickers have been discussed. I did not choose these tickers. These came from you. So the trades that I share, they all came from you. Like Upstart, today I could have gone long. Exact same method as Penn, Qualcomm, DraftKings, CRM, Disney, Starbucks. Okay. We discussed Starbucks, a trade on Starbucks setup. I remember the ticker now because it just dawned on me. There are some tickers today that came to me as like, I have no idea what that ticker is. Okay, so Airbnb, I mentioned that I structured the trade for them. Let's go to one day. All right, there it is. So the person came to me with a credit call spread. And I said, all right, so let me show you. They wanted to short it by doing this alone. I said, why are you short? I mean, the chart doesn't look short. It looks like right in the middle of a range. You have support, you have resistance. Why are you shorting it? He didn't have an answer. So I said, if you are insisting on doing this, I would also do this. So it turns out to be that this is an iron condor. You sell a bull put spread. This is a bullish position down here. We're using put options. Doesn't matter if you don't know what it is right now, we can learn it as we go along. And then this is the exact opposite of it. This is a bearish position. Neither of these positions need anything to win. In fact, this one wins if price doesn't go up, and this one wins if price doesn't collapse through them. So price can go up to here and fail, and come down to here and bounce, up to here and fail, and they would be just fine. So as long as price is between these two, and I think this expires next week. So it only has tomorrow plus 5 days of life. So you have to survive 6 days. So they were shorting basically the 7% up. I'm not the guy to do that unless I have a specific reason. So this was not my trade. In fact, I did tell them that you might want to consider stopping out, I think, above these, because look at these two fails exactly at the same time. If they take that one out, they're going much, much higher. So that's one trade that came up from the Sunday meetings. So also from the Sunday meetings, actually not from Sunday night, in addition to the meetings, the 2 hours in the morning, I do a video about 8 to 10 minutes where I tell you what I think of the week, if there's a pitfall, what I want to do. So my message a month ago, coming into the week where we had the Federal Reserve tell us their policy, my message was, I want to be long out of Wednesday afternoon, because when the Fed speaks, I think there will be a relief rally regardless of what they say. I thought they were going to say something nice. They didn't. They said something bad, but that wasn't why I wanted to get long. And then the markets took off. So this week, Sunday, I said, this is a scary week. So I think we will rally. Yesterday and today, I said, I think my message yesterday and today was, I want to be long at the tail end of the week. So today and tomorrow. Because I think markets will breathe better once this stupid week is out of the way. And today we started that process. So if we pay attention, I'm going to show you, you're familiar with the QQQ, that is the ETF that represents the NASDAQ. If I show you the weekly chart, you can see that the weekly candle so far is green with 1 day to go. This is a short week. So where is the beast of a week? So tomorrow we need a crash so that the Wall Street folks don't come out liars. And so that's one thing. Now the IWM I think is even greener, but they need it because overall they're weaker. Now the SPY and the Dow are undecided. So this is a weekly candle. So we opened the week here at 44414. We fell apart at some point. We had jubilation higher than right now, and then we're slightly below where we opened, so they're still undecided. This is through the course of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then the DIA, I believe, is a similar price action. Ooh, went green. Very similar price action. Look, if I change it, same thing, only one's red, one's green. So the only difference is
right.
These guys opened here and are here right now. So
really,
a bank must have recovered or something.
Really quick here, Nick. I have to give a quick shout out here. Mary, welcome to the family here.
All right, Mary.
Our newest family member, Mary. But Nick, look, man, my email is going like insane right now. I'm getting a lot of questions from the folks here, and I want to get this out of the way so that we can go on with the session that you have. All right. So
yeah.
Couple questions here. So does Nic Chahine go over trade ideas from the members? Yes, we did go over that. Are the sessions on Sunday recorded? Yes, they are recorded. Are the sessions live Monday to Friday? Everything is live. Everything with Nick will be live. Can this help me if I trade crypto, commodities, or just stocks? What do you say about that one, Nick? I think you have a good grip on that one.
I do. Crypto is part of my repertoire. I've been pretty lucky to make good calls on crypto, and I've steered the group properly, almost to a T. From about 3 months ago, I think I sent out a full-blown video, in 2 or 3 actually. 1 to introduce the whole thing, and then 2 follow-up videos, if I remember correctly. And it's all coming out exactly how I planned it. So I thought when crypto was above 50, I saw technical risk that could take it down to 20, 22. But in many steps. Step 1 was for it to lose footing around 46,000, 44 to 42 at the time, and then bounce on 33. So it lost footing. It bounced on 33 perfectly. So when I say 33, people show me their lows are 36. So I think it matters as to where you're getting your quotes, because this is a BTC USD, and it's showing me the low, whatever the low was in January 24th, when Bullard said whatever he said, and that low. They bounced 40, 50% from there. So my plan was, I'm going to wait for it to break apart, buy batch 1 of coins at 33 plus or minus, and then I won't sell them because this is my third batch. So I've already done this 2 or 3 times, and this was part of a larger accumulation that I want to do to capture that 20,000 move. And batch 1 was to buy it there, and then I expected a bounce for them to try to recover the neckline. So on the bounce, the neckline became clear as 46,000. They drew the line in the sand, because this was the place where they held, this was the place where they fell from, this was the place where they failed once, twice, and last week they faked us out. Everybody said, let's go. I said, no. Going above your neckline is one thing, holding it is something else. and look at what happened after. So I'll give you an idea. I didn't just buy Bitcoin. I used Bitcoin as an indication to buy my coins, and I shared my coins. Solana is one. If you don't know what that is, the easy solution is that Ethereum. So every Bitcoin transaction, every crypto transaction now pretty much happens on Ethereum network. So you have the network is called Ethereum, and then the Ether, the money, basically supports that effort. And Solana, the money for that is SOL. I'm saying the money because it's not real money yet. So Solana, the coin for Solana is SOL. It's faster, cheaper, more efficient than Ethereum by thousands of times. So it's a competition to Ethereum. And that's why I wanted to be part of it. So I bought my last batch at 78 and change. It was 145, I think, Solana. So somebody who was just trading it
Right.
would have made a bundle 144. So
Good stuff. So definitely, so crypto, yes, you do cover crypto. You do cover other stock, other stuff. Good question there. We have another one. What is the chat room schedule? That's Monday to Friday, about 9 to 5 p.m. and also Sundays at what is the time, Nick? 10 a.m. Eastern?
7 Pacific, 10 Eastern.
So 10 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Eastern, Sundays just for the members, and basically he'll go over hundreds of stocks. Let's see, is there a money back guarantee? Yes, 7-day money back guarantee. Price at renewal. The price at renewal is the same as today. It's not going to change. And does this cover strategies for small or large accounts, Nick?
Yes, and I'll tell you how that's possible. It is possible through the use of spreads. Any strategy I share can be done in any size account to a smaller degree. So you can make it as big as you want, is what I'm saying. So
and it's good that it helps at least new traders and people that are more advanced, because you have people from both sides, right?
Right. So we have a pretty good mix of trading styles, proficiency. We have complete newbies. I mean, we've been adding some new people and they show up. This is my first day here. I'm glad I joined. You hear that a lot. This is my first day here. I'm kind of lost. What do I do? So I have yet to say, this is my first day here and this place blows. I haven't heard that yet. So the styles are varied. We have people who like to chase. They like to buy and sell. They're momentum traders. I'm not that guy, although I do it very well. I'm not that guy. I prefer to sell and wait because I think it's a lot easier to figure out where a stock is not likely to go within a certain period of time than to decide that, okay, it's going to go there by Wednesday. So my style would be to sell a put spread or sell a put or sell a call spread or sell an iron condor. So selling premium in options and waiting instead of buying and come on, move. And if you don't get the move, you lose your money.
Right. Right. And I just want to give a quick mention here, guys. Anybody that joins the Nick's live trading room will enter a raffle. So from everybody that joins from today, we'll enter a raffle, and basically I'll pick the winner, and we will pay this fully paid trip, flight, hotel, food, drinks, everything.
Wow.
And admission. I know, right? And to the FinTwit conference in May. It's going to be amazing, and you're going to be able to meet Nick in person there. So if you join, you do have you will be entering into that raffle. We will be announcing the winner of that raffle in 2 weeks. So just for heads up.
That's pretty exciting. I've never done an in-person event. So that should be fun. I don't know what to expect. That should be fun. Maybe I freeze. Maybe I'm 3'5". I don't know.
Several of the Inner Circle members, a couple of them I know personally, like 4 are already going. 4 or 5 of them. They're already going. So yeah.
That's pretty exciting. It should be fun. I don't know what to expect. I mean, they picked a good hotel. So yeah, the styles vary, and we can cater to that. So I usually, when I share a trade, I share a table with it, and it has all styles inside that table. So you would have somebody to just like to buy a call, somebody who would prefer to buy a call spread, somebody who prefers to sell a put, and somebody who prefers to sell a put spread. All 4 of them are the same kind of trade, betting on some upside. Two of them don't need the upside to happen. They win anyway. Two of them need the upside to happen. So I lay it out and I tell you which one I prefer. And in the last 2 or 3 weeks, my message has been very consistent. The markets are uncommitted. So I don't want to put my money in somebody else's hands. So I've been opting for selling a put spread rather than buying a call spread. I have made some exceptions, like holding Zoom calls. And today Zoom was up 8%. That's the second rally it does for me. Holding SoFi calls. And the first time we held them, they went up ballistic. They doubled. And then they fell apart again because SoFi itself decided to poop all over its users, its investors. It's like, why would you do that? You don't have an earnings report. Why would you go up and quote update us on the progress? There was no need. Anyway, but I like it long term. So yeah, I do buy and hold sometimes. But for the more active trading, I'm preferring to sell a spread and wait. Like I'm into a spread for Amazon for next week. This is my second. I did one for last week, and I'm doing one for next week. So we'll see how that comes out. What else? So there is a little bit of everything for everybody, and I'm gonna guarantee you something which is not guaranteed. It's not a tangible thing to guarantee. I can guarantee you will leave us, hopefully years from now, a better trader than you join. It's like going to school and somebody telling you you're going to be smarter when you leave the school about the things you're going to be here till you think you learn about. So first of all, it's very reasonably priced. I don't know how much they're offering it, but Benzinga is always super, super, super fair with that aspect of things. And I'm going to tell you that we bend over backwards, at least me, to make sure that you have value. And the minute you say, hey, why don't you do this? And if I'm not doing this, whatever this is, and I can do it, I'll add it. Like today, we were having issues. I think there were 20 members out of 260 that weren't able to see my screen for some reason. They said, can you set up another venue? Can you set up? I was like, I don't want to do this. And then okay, let's do a new venue. So we moved the whole new venue. We moved 260 people for the sake of the 20 that couldn't see my screen. Even though I was confident the problem was there on their end, like on their side of things, not from me sending out things. But regardless of whose problem it is, the move solved it. So we will bend over backwards to make sure that you're getting what you think you're owed as far as information. I'll give you a little hint. If you end up being a member, I'm going to give you a little tidbit. If you end up being a member and you're in the live room, don't leave when the bell rings. I promise you, most of the gold comes with that chat the half hour later. For today, for example, it's like leaving the movies before the credits come up. And it's the type of movie where a whole bunch of movie comes out after the credit for some reason. They've done that a few times. So somebody asked a question and I ended up sharing more screens and pasting more information about specific things I was looking in the SPY call setups today. For example, how did I know that they wanted to drop? Somebody said, I kind of missed it. Can you go over it again? So I went and got a picture from my computer and posted it, pasted it. I said, I was looking for, in fact, it might still be in here. So 20 minutes after the close, I was talking about that. And if they were here, they benefit from that. So would it be here? Anyway, it was here somewhere. Maybe I deleted it. But there is value everywhere. And if you don't see it, it's my mistake for me not to having led you down to where it is. There's definitely value. It's not about the trade alerts. I do share my trade setups. They are written up very well with the support of Benzinga. They're shared with video. Every morning, I give you a before the day starts. I have a whole list of charts and levels on all the S&P on these guys. Before the day starts, you have these lines. These lines, I draw them clearly before the day starts and I add to them when the day goes on. So you know in general, where is the stuff going to happen? On the SPY, on the QQQ, on the IWM, on the S&P futures, the ES, that's the E-mini. You've heard that called the S&P futures. If I say 30 minutes, okay, here were today's lines, for example. the big picture, we had a clear range and they spanned the whole range. And this was the line I drew before the market opens, and look where the thing failed. I kid you not, I did not do it after the fact, because you can go into your chat room today, click on tomorrow, click on today's note, and you will see this chart with this line all by itself. So that preps you for the day. And then middle of the day, I'll have an update. Today I had a blurb. I said, here's what I think is going on. Here's how I wanted to treat it going forward. Here's a video with many different setups. Here are two in specific that I'm writing for us. So there's plenty of value. So it is not a trade alert. It is so much more. This is an education process, a chance to learn and earn if I want to. And I urge any new people that have not done options at all, or even not done spreads or credit spreads, to practice with fake money until you're so comfortable that you can jump in with one contract and see how it works out. So if I do an iron condor on the SPX for 1 week, for one contract or one day, I could have done one today that expires tomorrow. I collect $100, I risk 400. Are you thinking, whoa, what? Yeah, 25% yield in a day, 25%. So the equivalent to that is you finding a stock you can buy for $400 and that would deliver $100, basically deliver a 25% rally in a day with 85% certainty. You can't? Well, that iron condor does. On paper, the iron condor that pays you $1 that expires tomorrow, if you start it today, has an 85 to 88% chance of success to deliver 25% yield on your risk. They're not easy because they pay a lot. They're not easy because they pay a lot. I mean, there shouldn't be an easy 25% win anywhere. That's like against logic. So anyway, we do have home runs with the puts and calls last minute. Like today, I shared with you the puts on the S&P. The other day, I forget, maybe 3 days ago, there were huge home runs with the IWM and some with the S&P. So, and the RUT, which is the small caps index. There's a little bit of everything for everybody, I promise. Depends on what your goal is. Listen, if you want to learn charts, you will learn charts here, not the typical way, I promise you. So I'm an engineer. I have nothing to do with Wall Street. I figured out all this crap on my own. I'll give you a perfect example. What was it? The SPY, the S&P today. Okay, so the SPY today, in the morning, I'm going to go 1 minute. In the morning, they needed some help over here. So I was like, you know what? I've heard Ichimoku. I was like, I've never used Ichimoku. Let's see if we can use Ichimoku. So I brought it in. I was like, let's use Ichimoku. I used it and it served us so perfectly all day. And I walked everybody through what I think. I haven't even read a book about it in an article or anything. So I opened it up and I said, like, what are these? I read what they said, okay. And I started seeing how we could use them. And basically I figured out Ichimoku. I'm not an expert, but if you give me $100 to bet on it, I can. So basically the idea is there's this cloud looking thing here, that channel that's a little jaggedy here, these two lines. If it's slanted up, then dips into it are reasons to buy, not to exit. And look how well that worked out all day. And then there are sublines for it, the red and the blue. It looks like one is faster than the other. So when the faster one crosses, it's like the moving average thing. That also played out. The only thing I don't know what it's for is that green guy. It's called a lagging something. It's like stops right here. I need to read up. Now I'm curious to see how that thing works.
Yes, really.
Go ahead. We lost him. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, it's a learning experience.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you now.
So Sharon is asking, will we get to participate tomorrow morning? So anybody that joins today, right now, you will have immediate access to all of Nic's trades, setups, videos, sessions, everything tomorrow morning. And of course, you cannot miss the Sunday session.
Sorry about this. I'm running out of energy, so this is Mountain Dew. Maybe it'll pep me up a little bit. You can jump in today if you want to and say hi. Somebody will say hi back. If I get off of here, I have to go walk my dog, and then I'll say hi back to you as well. So technical analysis, I promise you, you will learn more in one day in the room than you've learned probably months and months of trying to do it on your own. The technical analysis is so easy if you dumb it down and shed the garbage jargon that they use. They being everybody else that you've heard before. It is so simple. The concept of charts is so simple and so real. If you don't believe in it, I'm going to make you a believer without moving a ticker. Watch. So this is the S&P. Okay. You think this is a coincidence? This value right there? Okay. I'm going to leave my mouse there. Look left. Do you see the dashed white line of the crosshairs? Hopefully you can. Is that visible to you?
Anyway, really quick, Nick, have to give a shout out. Couch.Hester, new family member. Welcome to the
family. Yes, welcome. So where my mouse is, it says 443, right? And if you follow the dashed white line left, this was the bounce level here. This was the breakout here. So they came up April 13th, they failed, came back, big giant fight, boom, Boeing, test it for footing, gone, test it for footing. Now tomorrow, if they fail here, there's going to be resistance here. There's no doubt about it. These two candles will tell me so. There's going to be resistance. What do they do when they come back to here? If they lose this, we're going back down to here. So I'm going to put an alert right now because I'm doing homework. I don't want to do the homework twice. I'll put 442.4 minus question mark so I can revisit it and refine it tomorrow. So these are not coincidences, and they are not made by human traders. This one, 443.51, look how punctual they are with it. So charts do matter, and they speak volumes, and they help you be a better investor in the long run. So you don't have to be a pure chartist, but if you ignore them, you're leaving yourself -1 tool against your opponent. So if you're playing tennis, you're using a little ping pong racket, palette, whatever you call it, paddle. So charts is important. If you've ever been curious, I promise you're going to learn a lot more about them. That's number one. Options, plain simple English. You won't hear me say gamma once. You want to talk gamma, we can talk, but I think it's useless unless you specialize in it, and that's what you use.
Yeah.
Plain simple English learning, practical application of plain logic, and just straight up options like they're meant to be. They're simply contracts. That's all. They are contracts. There's a buyer, there's a seller, there are two sides that agree on something. Yep, I think this. The other person says, yep, I think that. Here's the money. Let's go. And let's see who comes out on top. That's what it is. And if you use logic, you use common sense, and you keep hope at the door, you use all the tools at your disposal, you should have a legitimate chance of winning. The way I do it, I put the odds in my favor to begin with. So I am humble with what I collect as far as premium when I'm selling spreads for the sacrifice of putting more money at risk, but with an extremely high level of certainty. So when I set up a spread, I start out with about 85 to 88% chance in my favor. So I don't want to collect too much premium. Remember I said earlier, I collect $1 to risk $4. I could have collected $2 and risk $3, but then I'd become almost a coin flip. I don't have an edge. Yeah, I risk less, but my odds of losing are almost 50-50. I would rather have 85% odds and risk $1. I mean, risk $4. So risk more money with better odds. That's me. There are exceptions to that rule, but that's usually my method. And those are easier trades to manage. Every once in a while, they go bad, but statistically, they work out more. then they go bad. So let's see here.
Very important to note that you're pretty consistent, right? Your 90% win rate is really helpful because I know people. I mean, we've been doing this chat room for about a year now, Nick. I remember when we first started it, and people reach out, they email. That are definitely sticking around because they definitely you've well, I mean, to put simply, you've made them some good money and they've learned some good things too. So just seeing the results that people have had, and when they reach out and they're like, hey, just give Nick a special shout out. I was able to pay off such and such thing, and with this, and I've learned a lot. So it's definitely helpful, Nick, and just wanted to pass you the feedback from the members that have been there from day one.
I appreciate it. And you know what? I've collected my own good feedback from doing the live sessions. So now I can get firsthand feedback on immediate results because we're sharing live. So I'm trying to take snapshots of what happens in the chat room, and I'll show you the examples sometimes. I'm trying to look for one. Thanks a million. Just okay. Here's one. When was that? I don't even remember. Let me see here. I'm going to bring it in. So this was sometime in March, I think. I don't know. Here. Boop. Control. Let's show it here. There it is. So this is just a screenshot of what it looks like in the chat room, the live room where I'm sharing my screen. So at that day, at this moment in time, I had 239 people. Here they are. That's me and a whole bunch of people. He was active here today. So he had, I think it was him who asked me last minute question that we ended up debating. So Alexander, now he's active more than ever. He's helping me with a couple of tools we have. So we had a difference of opinion 2 days ago. He had one thesis on the tool we were using, and I had another one. And we came to an agreement that they're both correct, but neither is complete all by itself. So it was a good discussion. So I expanded my knowledge because he brought me the opposite of what I said, and we discussed it. So here's Ben. Hopefully, I don't know if he's here. Lonnie helps out all the time, by the way. Thanks a million. Made the equivalent of 2 days worth in the last 45 minutes of SPY. Puts that purchase. So here's somebody who took advantage of those little silly things that we do, and on a day, and it was live. So there's no making this up. Like, because I get somebody, what's your record? It's like, who cares? You're going to be learning so much. It's like going to school and you say, and there's a teacher that's going to teach you a whole bunch of stuff you don't know. And then you ask them, what were your grades in school? Does it really matter? I mean, basketball coaches don't have the best skills, but they know how to teach best, right? So regardless of what I'm doing, even though my book is open to you, that shouldn't be the focus. The focus should be, what can I learn from this dude? So that's really should be the focus. So we can take another one to see what that person said. No, this one says genius, Nick. No, I'm not going to say that. We'll pick one that's a little more humble than this one. So the learning, no, we'll skip that. Anyway, because they have people's names. I don't want to disclose people's names without their permissions. The bottom line is instant results for the fast trades, instant learnings that you can use forever. It's not a matter of me teaching you how to fish. You have to know what works for your speed. I know I'm not very fast at trading because I'm busy doing other things. If I wasn't doing this all day with people, maybe I can, go in and out, in and out, in and out. It's not what I enjoy, but I can do it. So I help you determine that, okay, maybe this is not for you. When I post a trade, if Tesla breaks through here, it goes to there. Speaking of which, that was another winning trade today for people who did it, not me. So this was Tesla's setup today. Late in the day, where is it? There it is. So we'll go to 1 minute. This was my drawing. I said, somewhere in here, I said, you have support. They said, what do you think of Tesla today? I was like, okay. Which way it's going to go? I was like, I don't know which way it's going to go, but I'm going to give you lines you can trade if you're active. So I would set it up and say, here, support. You stop out if it goes below it, if you're long, or if you're a bear, you would chase it with buying puts. And then I said, if that happens, then it loses this one, then it goes to here. But early in the day, I said, don't short Tesla. Before the day started, I had this line. I said, it takes this out, it's going to here. And then it did this. And I said, resistance and opportunity to trade up. So if somebody's just looking at the charts as I'm updating, they can trade that information on their own too. So they get long. And then here I said, we're landlocked between two. And I said, look at how it drew the chart I drew. So I said, if it takes this out, it's going to rally, it's going to fade, it's going to finish the job. This is beforehand. I have pictures of before and after, so you don't need to worry about it. And then this was a complete surprise to everybody. But my moment from the get-go, I said, within like 20 minutes of the day, I said, don't short Tesla. It looks bullishly poised. So if you're the person that needs to come to me, what was it? Was it 1016 or 1015, the breakout? Then you know that this type of trade is not maybe your forte. Maybe you should look at a swing trade that has like 2 or 3 days left on it, like my IWM yesterday. I said, I'm buying IWM today for Monday and Wednesday of next week. So those are easier. You have the time to come to me and ask, what did you choose? So I said, you can choose Monday at 200 or 201. You can choose Wednesday, a little bit higher calls. So, but if you're the one person trying to play the fast game and you're not that fast yet, you can practice, then you should dial it back. So it's a matter of finding what works for you and what you enjoy, because there's an intangible thing. I don't enjoy this. I would rather sell a spread than go fish. That's my style, but not everybody likes that. Everybody wants the exciting stuff. And then the trade setups go, and then the discussion about how do I manage this trade. That's the gold part. Like if you have somebody's ear, like somebody came to me, they wanted to trade the IGV. Is it IGV? Is there such a thing? I think so. IGV. They said, hey, what do you think of the IGV? Let's go to a daily chart. I'm like, well, I don't know what that is. iShares expanded tech software sector. So I said, it sounds like it's something like the QQQ. And it's very close in like spirit. It moves in sequence with it, in serial. And I said, and I looked at the options, and they didn't look liquid. They don't have weeklies, and the ones that expired this week, they had like 30 contracts all day. So I said, I wouldn't mess with the IGV. It looks like if it's rallying, the Qs are rallying. Why not choose the QQQ? And we convinced them to move off of it. So the discussion is very fruitful. Let's say you're thinking, like somebody said, what do you think about a credit call spread on a stock? I forgot what it was. I said, you're shorting it? They go, no, I want to get long. Well, you're doing the opposite. The credit call spread is a bearish position. Oh, I'm glad I checked with you then. Okay. So you're wanting to do a debit call spread. And they said, what do you think of it? I was like, it's like buying shares right now. You're basically saying the stock will be higher in the future, and you're willing to risk $200 now for the opportunity to make 300. It is a viable thing to do. So all you have to do is set amount of pain you're willing to take before you call it quits. That's the stop loss. So if I leave you with a to-do here today, you should put yourself a few pieces of, actually a couple of lines next to your PC from where you trade, to never take a position without specific reason. So if you open up a position and you don't have a reason, a specific reason, not like, ooh, I thought it was going to go up, or I felt like it was going to go up. No. Why did you feel it was going to go up? Today, I asked it to somebody and they wouldn't answer. I would say, why? Nothing. It doesn't say like, Bob's typing or anything. No, nothing. Quiet. So I finally said, I told them, it sounds like you don't have a reason, and I'm not nitpicking them. I'm just giving them a lesson for the future. Don't take a position unless you have a specific reason. Like, why did you take calls in, what was that stock? It was, it's at an all-time high from years and years ago, and now they want to buy a debit call spread. They said, what do you think of a debit call spread in that stock? Hopefully I'll remember the ticker, but it was like going to the moon. I kid you not, it was like this. I said, wow, that is an incredible stock, but it's going exactly where it failed big time years ago. That's not a place where I would start longs. that's a place where I would get out of longs. Um, so hopefully that message transferred, because I asked him, why do you want to take it? There was dead silence on the other end. I said, this is a classic case of FOMO. You're chasing a rally after so much has happened, just like it, day after day after day, 5%, 7%, 5%, 7%. It's like Upstart at 400. It's like a ZIM at whatever it was, 95, whatever it was. You get the urge to chase. That's human nature. And you have to resist that. In fact, do almost the opposite. So the conversations are fruitful. So have a reason. That's number one. Put a sticky. Never take a trade without a reason, a specific reason. Just picture my face next time you go to take a trade. It's like, oh man, I don't want his face telling me. I can see it. He's like, yeah, why'd you take the trade? Just whatever it is. If that helps you get out of trouble before you get into trouble, that'd be great. The other one is set an exit strategy. So let's say you buy a position into something. Say to yourself, I know how I'm going to get out. Two ways: if things go really well or things go bad. So set to yourself a target. If I know that I'm taking the stock because I think it's going to go there, if it comes close to there, you should be out or trim. Also, you should say, okay, if I risk $1,000, if I lose 200, I should be out. Set a number. 200, I threw it out. 20% maybe works for one person, but not the other person. Sometimes I take short-term trades and I say, I'm willing to lose half my money on this trade. Sometimes I say, a little blip and I'm out. Sometimes the trade, like CRM, I think, yeah. So with CRM, sometimes I say, I don't want even one lower tick than the last bounce. So I may say to myself, I don't even want to be near that thing if it loses the last line of support, because I don't know how far lower it's going to go. That sometimes would be it.
Just important, Nick, to note that, for example, personally, when I started trying to do options by myself, I blew up my account twice. It was a lesson for me. And then from there, then eventually, I went on to meet Benzinga, but, definitely learned a lot from those videos that you have in that session in the education library.
Yeah.
That was literally like what I call my starter kit. And then getting all your trade ideas, because every trade idea that you give comes with education. So it's to me, it's the best way, because at least personally, I learn better by actually seeing it happen in real time. And I'm not like a textbook guy. I'm more like, this is it happening. Like, look at it. And that seems to work better for a lot of people when it comes to trading, because it is a complex thing and it's kind of good to have a visual there, right?
Absolutely. So the discipline to stick to your rules is the next step of what you just said. So I said it's fine and dandy to put yourself a sticky note to never take a position without having a specific reason. It's nice to have said, okay, I'll get out if I suffer $200 worth of losses. And it's a completely different matter to actually stick to your guns and say, okay, I have to close this because I said to myself I would get out. That's where most everybody fails. I bet you most people in this room today have not picked a losing stock often. So it's always the case of timing. They either get in too soon, they get in too late. It's all about timing. And it's most often an emotional thing. So I'm going to give you a little story that kind of dumbs it down and makes it almost ridiculous, but it helps you.
Really quick, Nick, really quick. Before we do that, I have to give a huge shout out here to Solus at ME. Welcome to the family. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody warm welcome to Soeli in the chat.
That's great. I love hearing that. So the FOMO thing is an emotional thing. So think about the days when we weren't evolved. We were still basically animals in the bush, so to speak. And if you saw a herd of humans coming out running and screaming into a clearing, you're not going to run into that little patch of forest. You're going to turn around and book it before you even ask what the heck's going on. You're just going to instinctively turn around and chase. That's the FOMO. The fear of missing out, I think, is our instinct to chase, to run in the same direction as the herd. So in this instance, you want to run back into the forest to see if anybody left any valuables that you want to pick up. So if somebody, it's a ridiculous way of looking at it, but that's where the gold is. If everybody's running out of a room and your life is not on the line, so you should overcome this and turn around and say, maybe I want to take the other side of things. Let me investigate before I just jump in. The least you can do is not just pile in. So when you hear these options, what is it? Unusual options activities or something like that. Unless you're the person doing the homework, we had that debate today. Somebody said, hey, what do you think of the unusual? Somebody, what did they say? A ticker we don't usually trade. They said, I have never, I know what it is. Petrobras, PBR. If you have an options chain in front of you, I might have saved it in here. This happened at near the close. So this is Petrobras. This is Brazilian oil company. Very controversial. It has a long history of shenanigans doing this. And he said, I have never seen, he said he watches options flow all day, every day on like 14 different windows or 21 different windows. That's him talking. And he said, Nick, I have never seen this much call buying. So my instinct is that, but they tell us most options expire worthless. So which is true? All those call buyers are going to make money? If that's the case, then most options don't expire worthless. So what's this garbage people are chasing? So this is where the typical Wall Street jargon doesn't make sense, which is correct. Both cannot be correct. You can't have one person tell us so emphatically that most options expire worthless, and then another person, and same person, the Nigerians, will tell you the same story. Unusual options activity, they're buying the schmutz out of the PBR calls. So if you're the person, like the guy that brought it to me, doing the homework and you found it first, you can take advantage of that. But if you heard it on TV, you're the person buying the profits from everybody else that's already done it. So you're going to be late most often. Okay, so let me see if I kept this. And it is an incredible amount of options. I thought for sure I kept, there it is. So he brought it to me. That was today. It was the June contract, which has 65 days on it. Look at the insane amount of calls. So this is volume today. 288,000 contracts, 100 and something here, 1,000, 72,000, 290,000. So these two are spread right away. Somebody bought and somebody sold a call spread, 288. That's not a coincidence. Okay. And there are some very few puts here. So I said, looking at this, I do not want to buy calls, because if the market makers are actually selling all these calls, what are the odds that price is going to stay above that? They'll lose money. So the concept is, let's go pile in. Well, if you're early enough in the process, you can make money. But if you heard it on TV, you're probably already too late. So yes, unusual options activities work when you're one of the first people in the door. They don't work if you heard it on TV and you want to try to make money off of it. Also, there is a bearish setup. This is a daily chart. Never mind, it's already played out. Never mind. I was going to go down to, never mind, there is here. So this is a weekly chart of the same ticker, PBR, Petrobras. Okay. Look, it's run so much from the low with the oil price. And now it's going into a massive accident scene from January 2020. So this is the pandemic. It just got out of the pandemic hole just now, or getting out. This does not make an intuitive entry point for an investment. So as a trader, you can buy it on a breakout from this. But as an investor, I'd rather wait, because I'm maybe too late. This is a weekly chart. So we'll see how the week ends and how next week ends. So these two patterns here that are drawing themselves, the red and blue, the red is already drawn, the blue is in process. And they tell you, start looking for a short. It doesn't say go short. It just says, based on this pattern, these ratios in the past, what happens is the machines will chase the Fibonacci ratios down to 11 and to 8 and change. It doesn't mean it's going there. It just says, look for fade. And this is where you need to go get corroborating evidence. And I don't have any here. So these are RSIs and rate of change. Maybe the rate of change is dropping. So you've heard the term divergence, which means one thing going one way and the other thing going the other way. So usually price and its components go in the same direction. So like from here, these things are going up and away. Price is going up and away. So these things are going up and away. Why is price making higher highs and this guy isn't making lower highs and even slanted down while price is going up? So that's just one thing. So you would need more corroborating evidence. So you're thinking, what? I don't know. What do you track? MACD? Maybe you look at the MACD. Do you track a histogram of sorts, some sort of a TTM squeeze? Bring in other tools in your toolbox and see if you can get corroborating evidence. For me, it's the fact that this was a failing point. That's enough evidence for me to not chase. It's not evidence for me to short. And if I do want to short, I would sell a call spread. I did that with X, the letter X, and I did. I shorted it without evidence just because I had prior fails. And here's my short. And it expires tomorrow, and here's price. So unless tomorrow this does that, I won. So my corroborating evidence was not. So I said, my thesis is that it failed here in 2018. It's going to fail here again at least one time. So it did. I wouldn't short it again. I want to see more price action to get it again. So that's the kind of thinking we do here. And it's very methodical. There's nothing flashy, very repetitive. The words are the same. In my videos, I explain everything like this. I would say, okay, if I'm selling a put spread, what does it mean to sell a put? What does it mean to sell a put spread? So every video, even if you're not taking the trade, like the video I released yesterday, middle of the day, had a full trade setup. But if you weren't intending on taking the setup, you would have learned a whole lesson on options from A to almost Z. Not quite, but from A to almost Z. Today in the chat room, I showed them proof of how to use diagonals. If you want, we can make it a quick lesson. So let me see, is this IWM? Yes. So here's how it happened. Where is it? This bar is so intrusive. So I bought a 200 call. Wow, 200 is way low here. So I bought a 200 call. Let's assume this is a 200 for next week. Today, the market opened, I was green. They were up a lot. So I was like, okay, I want to create a spread. I want to lock my profits. So I could have sold a call above it and collected money. And the money I collected would have been almost as much as I paid for this one. So the end result would be for me to be long a debit call spread, which is a bullish position, for free. And I have quite a few days to monetize it, but I couldn't lose money. So instead of doing that, I decided to do a call diagonal. So instead of selling in the same time frame, this was for Wednesday. The call I own is for Wednesday. So instead of doing that, I sold the call for today. It expired today, but I didn't sell the 200. So I was like, okay, before the day barely started, I sold the 201 call that expired today. So I basically was long here, short here. If price did this, I would have capped my profits. I could not have lost money. So now this is called a trade, that calendar, that spread, instead of being vertical, these are vertical spreads right there. They're called diagonals when you do them that way, because you jump time and jump levels. So this is a vertical spread. This is a diagonal spread. So that's what I did today. And I shared it. And it closed at 200.91 or 93. Thank God, because I was short at 201. So what's the end result? The calls I sold today died for zero. Whoever bought them lost their money. I was the person that sold them the calls. They died. I collected the money to open the trade. The money stays in my account. I'm still long IWM 200 calls for Wednesday. I can repeat this tomorrow morning by selling another set of calls for that expire tomorrow morning as a diagonal, but I won't sell them at 201. I'll probably sell them up here somewhere. It depends on where we open. And then they will hopefully die for maximum gains. And then I'll decide what I want to do with this guy. Sell it to profit or stay long over Monday. So this is the kind of stuff we do. This is the kind of stuff I share. These are fast trades, but the concept is the same for slow pokes like me. I'm a slow poke. I don't like these. I prefer slower, at least a couple of weeks out. Today we had a good discussion on why I don't like to do a $10 wide credit spread. I stated in plain, simple English, and I think they got it. So, and I specifically shared one for Google, even though I said I wouldn't do it. They wanted one. I said, there isn't a $5 wide spread for the week you're choosing. Therefore, we're forced to use a $10 wide. I don't like it, but here it is. And it will pay $250 for $750 worth of risk. So it's a big payout if you nail the range. And the range was huge. So it is possibly going to work out for them. But just in case it doesn't work out, it's $10 wide. If something goes wrong, it's big buckets of money. But it does pay much better than the smaller ones. The odds of success are the same. It's just easier to manage under fire when it's a smaller spread. And it also works well in smaller accounts. So if I do a $5 wide spread, one contract would only require $400 worth of money in the account. Now, if that's your only $400, I don't suggest you take one trade that could blow you out. But you know what I mean? So if somebody has a $2,000 account or a $5,000 account, it's totally doable. It's easier with bigger accounts, but it's totally doable. All right. So what do you have for me here? I've been talking like a fool.
Well, yeah, these are some really good trade ideas there, Nic. And I know that you do share a lot of the education stuff with every trade idea. But now a couple folks are asking here, when it comes to maybe if somebody needs help with an explanation or wants to, hey, Nic, can we go over the options chain? Or, hey, Nic, what is delta? Have you gone over delta and all that stuff in the options chain with the guys here?
Not today, but today in the chat room, yes. Today in the chat room, yes. The discussion, I forgot, it was about what? Somebody was asking me about a call. Should they close it? I said, what's your delta? They almost said, what's that type of a deal? So I did bring an options chain and I went over the SPY options that I showed you with all the big contracts there. And somebody challenged my idea and they said, it doesn't matter that most options expire worthless if they're part of a spread and whatever. So I think I know what they're saying, but I didn't want their message to be misconstrued by other people as, no, it's okay to chase big positions in the options. So yeah, we can talk about the delta. So here's the difference between what I do and what typical options people do. If I'm teaching somebody options, I promise you I wouldn't say anything Greek. I would mention the word delta because that's the name of it. I wouldn't say theta. I would say time. Theta is time. I wouldn't talk about gamma and vega because for all intents and purposes, you don't really need to know what they are. You just need to understand the concept of this contract and how it moves with time and how price movement affects your odds of making money or losing money or to be right or wrong. That's really all there is to it. Now, there is a whole bunch of ways you can use gamma reports and gamma tracks to actually guess as to where price should go and not go. I'm for that. You can do that, but it takes somebody to specialty. You can't just dabble in it. You have to be an expert in it. Like those harmonic charts that I showed you, those big M's and W's in red and blue, they are incredibly accurate and they yield a lot of profits for those who are diligent and they actually specialize in them. They're mind-blowing. I have friends that do nothing but that, and it's unbelievably accurate, but you can't dibble-dabble in it. You have to be a specialist. So We talk delta. So if you go and ask somebody typical on an options, what's a delta? They will ramble off a bunch of words. Those go, okay, you kind of get it, but it doesn't tell you how to use it. Or you can
Right.
come to me and I'll tell you it's your odds maker.
And I just want to say, really, look at what I'm showing here, right? Someone who is making a trade and is
Oh
not
yeah, perfect, right there. That's
like,
perfect example of discussion.
yeah. So somebody that is not sure what they're doing, right, or what their trade is, this is how people blow up their accounts and end up
So
like owing the bank money.
that person came to me, Rick came to me and he said, if you scroll up a little bit more, his question starts a little bit more high right there. That thing right there, that's his order. He's holding 21 contracts on Twitter that expire next week. And he wanted to sell calls against them. That was my understanding, to put a trading order or something to exit. So I was, and he said, is this right? I said, I don't know, because I usually actually jump in and do it myself. And he said, I said, why don't you try one contract and see how it works out? And he went to do that one contract. He pasted the second picture that showed that the board is showing him you're opening yourself to unlimited risk. And I'm thinking, that's weird. You own calls. You're supposedly selling calls against the batch you own. Why is that opening new risk? So I said, before you do it, call your broker. It doesn't look like you're selling the same contract. So call them up. Maybe it's in two different accounts or whatever. So that was a discussion for about 10 minutes back and forth between him pasting and me looking it over.
Right.
To have him stop from making a mistake.
I mean, this is the hand holding to the maximum. I'm just gonna say it. Like,
Yeah.
this is really, and this is, so you do live trading and you're also helping people with things like, even like what kind of, like
Wait.
this is a
Scroll,
lot. It's a
right,
lot. Yep.
scroll up right there. That click on that. No, down.
This one,
Down. No, one more.
trading view.
That. See, look, wait. That. Click on
All right.
that.
Come
Click
on.
it.
On what?
That where your mouse is. Click it. Just
on the
click,
trading
right
view
there.
chart.
Click.
All right.
Click there. Look at this chart, right? Look, keep it on the window. That, and then remember the chart I shared, which showed how it looped and came down and bounced, and then decided to go up from there. So whoever shorted the hump in the S&P had their fast win right away. So these are the opportunities that I share in the chat room beforehand. And I even had time to share it in the regular chat room. So where Rodrigo is right now, this is not the live room. That's the regular static, slower chat room. Not everybody there wants to be in the live room. So I have about 120 people in there at all times, maybe 98 to 100. And I have 250 to 270 people, sometimes 230 live in the room, in that room right there. So I'm not there now, so there shouldn't be anybody there now. I don't know why they're there. Okay. So this was the old room. We killed this one. That one's dead. This one aired on us this morning. There's still 5 people in there, I guess, 6 people. So sometimes the setup is slow enough for me to not only share it in the actual live room where I'm sharing my screen, but to go into the chat room where they're not in my live room and say, hey, this might be your speed too. And I post it.
Yeah, and there's sound notifications here, guys. So there's 2 chat rooms here. This is the main chat room, the blue one, okay? One is called the Inner Circle Chat, where everybody's posting, including Nick, trade ideas, education, questions, contracts they're buying. And then you have the other chat room, Nick's important messages right there below. That's how you turn on the sound notifications. Just click on that bell, right? And then you'll have a sound, keep it open. And in Nick's importance messages, that's where he is posting entries, exits, the link to the live screen sharing webinar style session, which is Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. Updates on markets, pre-market updates, all the indexes charted. I forgot to say this, but I trade calls and puts on the short term, and I do it on the Qs. So every morning, what I do, the first thing is that I pop into Nick's chat room and I look at his charts on the Qs. I don't look at the other stuff because I don't trade it. I know that other people do, but I look at the Qs, what he's saying about tech, about growth. about the NASDAQ, because that is what I trade on a day-to-day basis. And if something's happening in the markets, like if the markets suddenly tank or rip higher, first thing I do, go to the live chat room with Nick, because they are chopping it down there literally the whole day.
Can I take the screen from you, or you still need it?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So I found another note. Where is my screen share? Screen share. Nope. I'm clicking on your window. Where is my screen share?
Yeah, it's the other button. And by the way, everybody that does join today gets a free
We lost you.
Everybody that joins today will get a free laptop. Free laptop.
What? You guys are too generous. Okay, so here's another window that is from, I don't know, recently. So this person, Sunil. Personal thanks again, Nick. You saved me from Amazon in the morning. I covered most of my loss on the SPY. So he came, I remember the scenario. There was an iron condor, I think. No, he was long a whole bunch of calls and Amazon was in the toilet. I told him what to do with it on the bounce. And then let's see here. When I listen to Nick, I make money. So the discussions, I promise you, they're total fun, short term, total fun, and pretty fruitful, and learning in the process. The learning part is what excites me the most. I wish I had a room like this. I'm guaranteeing you will find value in there. And if you don't, Benzinga will guarantee you your money back. If you're serious about getting better at trading, the cost, whatever it is that they're offering today, is going to be minimal, in my opinion. Think about it. We pay so much money to go to school. My school cost an arm and a leg. I wish I had that money back, because I definitely didn't learn as much as I should have. So my brother is a surgeon, so he definitely paid way more than I did, but he did learn what he needed to cut people up and go inside. So if you've been serious about leveling up, as they say, in investing, you need to join a group. Whether mine or not, you should join a group, and you should join a group to trade. So I have people that have been with me for almost 10 years. They're good enough to be on their own, but they see the value of trading together. For example, I watch two other tools that other people don't. One of which is tells me demand on stocks. So I do queries. How many stocks have rising demand, for example? 2 weeks ago, the number used to be like 3 weeks ago, the number was 190, 150, and then started going to 120. And then one day it was like 40 and then 0. Whoa. And that 2 weeks ago, it fell to 0. And like, wait. I have no stocks with rising demand, and the prices were still rallying. I was like, it was a Friday morning. So the data was from Thursday. So I said, I'm going to buy some puts just based on that. I said, I want to buy some puts for Monday. So that was Friday morning's note. That evening, those puts had tripled because, and then Monday went another dip. And then I said, I want to be long out of the Wednesday or whatever event was gone. And then, so I tracked that. And today somebody said, well, I want to see it every day. I don't even want you to just tell me about it. It's $100 for the tool. So I'm sharing the findings, and I put it in the graph, and now I'm sharing the graph. So I'm going to share it every day if I can, showing, okay, so demand fell off a cliff. Not stocks, the number of stocks with rising demand fell off a cliff. Price continues, the S&P price continues to rally, and then the S&P price did this. Well, yesterday, the count of stocks with rising demand peaked up a little bit. So, but the stock prices were still falling. So maybe it does this, and then S&P figures out, oh yeah, okay, so we should go up. So I that's why I said I want to be long from here into next Wednesday. So basically, opposite of what I did that other day.
So Nick, for example, if somebody has a full-time job, right? Yeah. How would they be able to take the most benefit from this chat room?
So the setups that I share once a day are not that time sensitive. So they do move every minute of every day, the prices, but the concept is usually fairly static. I'll give you an example. So CRM, great company, great pedigree, excellent management, used to be better, like aggressive. So here's the thought process. We had a crash in January and a crash in February. The crash in February in the market was based on the ultimate headline, World War, right? Ukraine was invaded. Wow, everything fell off a cliff. January crash was even slightly milder, especially for CRM. That's pretty amazing. It was the Fed was going to be an enemy. So that was a giant crash. So now this stock has been tested hard several times. And here it is falling into support. So I did a video. I said, I'm willing to take a risk on the stock. And even then, my risk is down here. So I would want to sell a put spread and maybe buy a call spread out in time. So this is a trade that is not minute to minute sensitive. So if I was at my work and I came home and I saw Nic's email or Nic's post in the chat room saying, oh, okay, so he gave me this video. He talked about Qualcomm. He talked about CRM. He talked about Chewy, which that's a fact from today. And he told me how he would trade all of these. You can emulate it the next day. You can wake up. You can do it from your phone. If you trade with us, if you can trade off of the phones, I can't. It would drive me crazy, but a lot of people do.
In the blue chat room, you will post those trades that are a little bit
more
outer.
Everything is posted. Everything is posted. But the people also get the email from your team who actually edits it and makes it look pretty. Mine is written up raw with the do that. I do this. I do that. The video is complete enough to not have a write-up. If you know options and you see the video, you can just say, okay, I get it. You close the video and you do the trade yourself. That's where you need to get. That's why, when I talked to Neil, I was like, oh, you're a video guy. I was like, yeah, because that's what I would want to see. I don't want to read.
And you show your charts and everything. So and on YouTube, we have more than Matt saying Nic is a wealth of information and always willing to answer a question if you have one. So Morden, definitely a big fan there. Nav Sira says, good evening, Nic. What's going on? And Saeed says, I have a daytime job, so I'm unable to check the market day to day. Do you give recommendations before the market open?
I send out, I can do it in Arabic if you want, if you speak Arabic. But anyway, I send out a morning note before the market opens saying, here are the charts you need to pay attention to with regards to the indices. So the S&P, the QQQ for the NASDAQ, and the IWM for the small caps, the Russell 2000. I also share the S&P futures and the NASDAQ futures because I have some futures traders in there and they want to know what's the playground. I don't send out trade alerts in the morning, but I usually send out a blurb. Like nothing has changed. This morning, my note was we had a rally and it fizzled right before the open. God knows why. I'm pretty sure headlines broke. And I said, nothing really changed. We had no new headlines this week, but Brainerd said nothing what her boss didn't say 2 weeks ago. So there's no news. We're getting faked out by the news companies, not because they're evil, because that's how they make money. But there's no news. We know exactly what's going on. So there's digits here and there. So who doesn't know we have a lot of inflation? So does it really matter if it's 7.4 or 8.2? It doesn't matter. Besides, the government reports are garbage. I'm a numbers guy. I'm an engineer. I used to be an analyst after being an engineer. So I'm a numbers guy through and through. I would be fired on the spot if I deliver reports like the government delivers its reports. They go back and review 40% swings of up to a year later. You can't do science with that stuff. You can't do forecasts with that stuff. It's just garbage. Yet we're like glued. I don't need to read a report to tell me there's inflation. I know how much it cost today, how much it cost a year earlier. I know how much used cars go for. My son sells them, he builds them and sells them. And when he can flip a car in a month for double its price, there's inflation. Yeah, so it's crazy. So
Nic, and Nikhil is asking, is there a coaching session in the inner circle. I'm not familiar with these options and the analysis done the charts very well, just bits and pieces of knowledge. Nikhil, this is the closest you will ever get to a coaching session.
Right. So if you have time to dedicate to learning something, you're going to catch me live somewhere, sometime, weekend or no, to learn something. There
There's
is
just
no
no
way.
way. There's no you're gonna say the same thing. There's no way you do this for a year and don't get anything out of it. There's just no way.
I live on stuff like this. Hold on. I live on stuff like this. I would open this, but it's pretty embarrassing in there. There's a can of empty Bang resting inside this closet because I didn't have room to put it on my desk. So I opened the closet and I put it in there. If you don't know what Bang is, it's a pretty high energetic energy drink. So I I've dedicated myself almost completely to this and my sport. That's it, to help people get up to speed and make fewer mistakes. I cannot stand how pompous they are on Wall Street and people who like to make us feel like idiots. It's not that tough to beat them or to not lose with them. Just if you're aware that they're out there. So if you know there's a shark in the water, you might want to swim cautiously, like close to rocks in shallow water or whatever. You'll be on the lookout. You're not going to be shark food. You're not going to be chum. So you have to be aware that you're being cheated. So if you're aware, then you play by their rules. And there are rules that are simple to understand. They're not like written rules. But if they say market makers never lose. So you know what they trade. Just take a trade that doesn't require them to lose to make money. That's as simple as I can explain it. If you go to a casino and you go with the intent to beat the casino, you're crazy. The casino exists because it beats most everybody every day. So you're not going to beat the house.
Yeah, really quick, Nick here. Have to give a shout out. Chris Gindel, shout out. Welcome to the family. And I like really, Nick, the impact really on the folks, not just on the short term, because many times it's like they join the chat room and it's like, oh my God, everything that I thought I knew is wrong. And so and people have to start from day one. And look, there's a lot of misinformation out there, a lot of kids, TikTokers, you know how it is nowadays, right? So it's just I don't know why people fall into that. I guess it's because the coolness of affection of like the being social media stuff. But when it comes to money, trust the people that have been doing it consistently, guys. Okay, it's serious stuff.
I just posted in the chat room for those new people in case they make their way there. The link to that page you had with all the videos, like the getting started place. So if you're new and you join, here's what I would do. Just pop in there. I put a link in there, click on it. It'll take you to the page with all the videos. So start watching videos one at a time. And don't let a word go on misunderstood or not understood. And come back and say, I watched that video. What did you mean by this? Can you tell me a bit more? I still won't get it. Maybe I'll make another better video. So that's how I would start. And as to, I beg you to not hit the ground wanting to buy everything and sell everything. Where's the trade? Did I miss it? We've got a lifetime of trading. Take your time, find the beat. If you've never done it, don't take the first one. Take it on paper, get comfortable with it. Take the other one on paper, take the other one on paper, and then take a real one with one contract, and then see if it's for you or see if it works. Sometimes there are tickers that don't work. I made a mistake of forgetting that I said to myself, I will never trade Lily. Guess what I traded? Lily. Guess who lost? Me. Because as soon as I put the trade on, 2 days later, I was like, oh no, I remember now. I don't need to trade Lily. So I'm carrying a loss with Lily that I'm trying to dance out of. It's a small position, but if there's a ticker that beat you, walk away from it. Don't take revenge trades. Just walk away from it. It's okay.
Yeah, and the thing, Nick, is that like for example, when you're starting it, I look, it's easy, right? You're saying it and like it sounds right, but when you're new and you don't know, you're not part of the chat room, you're trying to figure this out, you're trying, you go through like, pump and dump chat rooms, like, like I did.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of tough because by the time you end up finding a good community that you're like, yo, this is my thing. I like this. I like this group of people. Everybody is working hard here every day to make money. once you find that community, it's like usually after you've been beaten up, scammed like 4 times, and and it's just, that's why we do these things, guys, because we
Yeah.
want to make sure that we reach out, that we help
So
you guys.
trading in groups is way cooler than trading alone. First of all, it's a lot more fun. There's some hilarious people in there. I've got a couple of comedians in there. They're like on the fly, like, man, you should be a comedian. But we look out for other people's mistakes. Like somebody would say, they would direct message me, hey, I see divergence here and there. I mean, they're good enough to know and see it, and they post it, and I hadn't seen it. I think Rez came in and direct messaged me today sometime in the middle of the day, hey, look out, CRM, there's some sort of divergence in there. So I jumped in to see if there's anything that was worth telling somebody. So the ideas come from them, more ideas. I mean, I would never look over 150 tickers just because. I have my couple of dozen that I like, and I would stick to them. But look at these stickers. I had to do homework on all of them. And then I had to go present my homework in a video. So Saturday, I don't take days off. So I'm working Friday, I'm working Saturday, although the least number of hours working is Saturday is my quote day off. Sunday is like one of my busiest days. I have no let up. So these are homework from other people. So you need to do homework. And if you don't know how, or you think you're not very strong, then you come to me and you say, help me out. And then we come up with a way to trade it. Like I know somebody was trading CCJ. I wasn't. Somebody was asking for Beyond Meat. I said, I gave up on it. And here's why. This one had an opportunity. Costco, I said, wait, kind of a deal. All the real estate I want to avoid right now because I don't know how heavily impacted the real estate market is going to be. I just saw rates change in a big way. So how much is that going to crimp the real estate market? So much is tied to real estate because crimping the market for new transactions is one thing. Depressing the values of the homes is an entirely huge thing because 2/3 of the US economy is the consumer. And we feel rich when our homes are expensive. If our homes take a dump, then we cannot do refi cash out, that type of a deal, and we won't spend. We won't buy cars. We won't lease cars. If we're paying $7 a gallon, which I have been, luckily I don't drive that much, then that is a problem. That is a pay cut, effective pay cut. So it's very important to keep an eye and avoid things that, like, for example, they said, okay, what about KB Homes, Toll Brothers, and whatever? I said, all right, so let's say you're right and they're going to rally. Well, if they're rallying, somebody asked me about the XRT and I didn't answer them like a hot flash. I have to catch them tomorrow. If they're rallying, then it is most likely that the indices are also rallying. So why would I want to take the extra risk of real estate? So I said, I want to avoid them. Not that they're bad. In fact, they look good. They're falling into support, but I don't want to deal with that extra worry that comes, that special, something extra that's special to them. XRT. Somebody asked me about XRT and I forgot to answer them. Hopefully it wasn't too pressing. There's nothing to do anyway. You have a high, you have a low, somewhere in the middle lies the truth. That orange line is not me saying that. Have you heard the term price is truth? That orange line is the heaviest volume spot in this period of time. So it's called the point of control of the volume profile. It's that bar right there, the long bar in the back that's blue and yellow, whatever, gold. Okay, what is next? What are we doing, Rodrigo? You let me know. This is your show. I'm only here to entertain. I'm the monkey.
Come on. Well, let's. Here's the thing, Nick. There's a couple of sectors there that we were discussing prior. We were talking, and this is weeks back, right? We were talking about well, we actually already talked about it, cybersecurity. We were also talking about the Lockheed Martins, the Raytheons. What is your take right now on those stocks, on that group?
Lockheed Martin was so it is a defense company. I think it's a quote war company. And when it rallied, I like the company. I've traded it in the past, but I haven't traded it recently because it's not that liquid. from a standpoint of options. So when it spiked to high heaven, I don't remember exactly when, I put out a trade for the gang. I said, I would like to short it, but mildly. What does that mean? I wanted to short it. By the way, I never short outright. Nobody should short outright, because if the first rule of taking a risk is knowing what the ultimate loss is, there by definition, you don't know what the ultimate loss when you short it. Oh, I'll put a stop loss. Yeah, maybe you will, maybe you won't. Maybe it fills, maybe if it doesn't. Okay, so I said I want to leave room for it to rally. So I said I would like to sell a call spread, which is also called a bear call spread, if you've heard it. It's basically a position you open in options on calls, and it's a spread, and you don't pay anything. Money goes into your account, and you keep the money if you're right. You only maybe suffer losses if the rally continues higher and above your level. So it can continue higher, come to my level and die, I still win. I don't need a drop. If the drop comes, I win faster. That's it. So I said, I would like to do that. I said, or I can buy a put spread. So another options position done by put options by buying a spread. This position requires me to pay a little bit. And if the price falls, and that's the differentiator between the two, if the price falls, whatever I paid grows in value. So I can then sell it for the higher value and win that way. So I'm mildly shorting it. The maximum amount of money I can lose is the money I pay up front for that one. But this one does need price to fall, especially if I bought it below current price. So somebody that did both together made a really nice trade, because they collected money to pay and they both won. So they made a lot of money, because this is what happened to LMT after the fact. Well, when it got to here, I said, well, I don't hate it. I just hate the price action on it. So I said, I want to take a credit put spread. So I took the opposite side of the trade. So when it fell, I don't remember where, I think it's down here. I said, I don't hate it. I want to take the other side. I want to get long. And I sold the put spread down here. And what that means is I put a position with options, the opposite of that one up there, where it's called a spread, and I sold it. So it's a credit into my pocket. So I got a credit here, and it died in my favor, meaning price fell off of it. So whatever I collected, it went to pennies and in my favor. And then I went long here because by collecting more credit, and then price bounced the day after I took it. So I ended up with this box and this box. They were identical, but opposing. Collect money, and price stayed in between. So I had full win, and it's called an iron condor that I did after the fact. So I sold the call spread, shorted first, sold the put spread, went long after the drop, ended up with a perfectly wide, gigantic range where price, I could have only lost if price broke through this or fell apart through that. So that is a way we traded that sector. I did the same exact thing to gold almost at the same time. So I like gold. I like gold.
And just to clarify, guys, so this all started as an options trading room, but it evolved into a crypto room as well, because Nic is a very curious fella, and Nic is doing a whole lot of stuff out there that I'm telling you, he's just, I mean, he loves this stuff. He loves teaching. He loves trading. He loves all the users there. Been doing this for like 10 years with Benzinga. I'm telling you guys, I learned from Nic myself. So I have to give him credit directly with that. And if I wouldn't be so busy here trying to help you guys, I'd be in the chat room all day. But it's because it's so entertaining. You could be there the whole day. Like this did not exist, you know, back in the day. It's 9 to 5 the whole day. There's just no way that either you, because some people join to learn, Nic, because you know that options are now requiring you, like if you want to apply for more advanced options, they'll require you to take like a quiz, and they'll question you and make sure. And if you fail, you fail. That's it. You can take it again like in 3 months, I think, or 6 months. But some people join to learn. Some people join for the trade ideas, and some people join for the community. because they're tired of jumping around, bouncing from pump and dump chat room to another one. I'm not going to say names, but you guys know, you guys well know. And really, that's
I
why
don't.
the brand, the brand of Benzinga really is what kind of seals the deal for me, because it is a company that has, a reputable background, connections all around
So,
Wall Street. That's why you guys
so
should join too.
I'd like to address something that always comes up. I don't know if it's coming up. I'm not looking at the comments. Um, Somebody says, "Do you have a free trial?" I cannot stand free trials, and I'll tell you why. If I have to whip out my credit card to give even 50 cents to try something out, it's way better than a free trial, because I would be like mentally engaged to really giving it a shot. I'll give you an example. There's a platform out there from DeMark, the countdown guy. Symbolic is the platform. It looks fantastic. So I was like, will you give me a free trial? They said, sure, here is your 2 weeks. I signed up. I logged in the afternoon, the day I signed up. I was like, wow, check this out. It's beautiful. Okay, I'll go check it out later. Never went back in. So had I paid with my credit card with a money back guarantee, I would have nitpicked the heck out of it for those 2 weeks. But it was free trial. I didn't bother. And now it's gone. So now I have to sign up for reals. So I'm not
Yes,
going to.
and I do want to let everybody know, this is the Easter special. So after this week, well, after this Easter special, the price will be going up to 2,500. I just want to let everybody know. Don't say I didn't tell you. Don't say I didn't hook you
Easter.
up.
That's the
So,
second time you raised the price, right?
so this is basically the last week that you guys will be able to get the chat room at this price.
Yeah. It's still underpriced if you ask me, but it's not my show. I mean, I am the show, but it's not my show because it's the platform from Benzinga folks, and they they back it up. So they've seen it, they've seen the report. Here's the thing: the proof is in the pudding. If it was junk, I wouldn't have 250 people there all day, every day, right? And as soon as they log in, is he talking? Is he talking? It's like, it's 6 o'clock my time. No, he's not talking. He's still drinking coffee. So
they're international. Let's just note that we have people from
oh
all
yeah,
over the world, which is so
it's
fun.
we have Australia, we have New Zealand, we have Germans in Australia, Australians in Germany, we have Dubai, we have Lebanon, we have wait, what was that? Kuala Lumpur. There was another exotic place. I think
Folks
Turkey.
from
There was
Nigeria too, Turkey,
there's
Canada, a lot.
it's everywhere. France, we have a couple of people. There's a guy named Claude who was in there. I think was it Claude? Anyway, they spelled their name like shuffled up. I was like, "Are you Claude?" Yeah. Anyway, there are a couple of French people in there and a whole bunch of U.S. based, a lot of Canadians. We don't hold that against them, but not so it's a good community. There hasn't been any confrontations. I had run-ins with hotheads a couple of times, but nothing too major in the span of 10 years. That's pretty incredible. And whenever somebody has a question, people jump in. Let me help you out. Let me give you the link to that. Yeah, I remember a video about that. Here's a link to it. Everybody's pitching in.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we're not gambling in this chat room. We're literally, we are the casino. We're not buying those YOLO bets. We're selling those YOLO bets. And if you are find yourself like literally just gambling calls and puts, look, come into the chat room with an open mind, but join the chat room. But don't come into the chat room and then just start doing these crazy things, because we're trading as a community. We're looking for long-term account growth here.
What I want, when somebody says, what do you do with options? I said, I would say, I'm selling losing lottery tickets. That's what I'm selling. I want to sell a lottery ticket to somebody that's going to lose for them. So when I open a position, so when you buy a share of stock, your odds are 50-50, whether you think it or not. That's your mathematical odds. You're either right or wrong. You can sway those odds in your favor by doing homework, but it's still your opinion over your opponent. Who is the opponent? The person that sold you the stock. They're selling you the stock because they think the exact opposite you do. Otherwise, why would they sell the stock? So you're both at odds. Nobody has an advantage. You do not have a physical edge against your opponent. So what I do is, if you buy a call or if you buy a put close to current price, you're doing the same thing. Nobody has an advantage. So if you buy a put that's cheap, or if you buy a call that's way cheap, that means you are buying a lottery ticket that's not likely to win. That's why it's cheap. Market makers are not idiots. They price cheap stuff because it's crap. And every once in a while you hit with those cheap stuff, but meanwhile you lose your shirt trying to get, it's like that little claw thing. Oh, quarter, yeah, woo, I won a $2 game. But meanwhile you sunk $10 worth of quarters. So what you do is try to find the places that are cheap and sell spreads there. And then let the cheap people buy those cheap things, and your odds would be in your favor. Because if they're buying something cheap, the odds of that cheap thing are like 10 to 15% tops. Yep, I'll sell them that 10 to 15% odd. Tell Neil I'm live. So
Yeah, come on now.
The odds are in my favor. So if you design your odds to be in your favor, then the odds are going to work out in your favor more often than not. That's why they are labeled as such.
Right. And someone's asking me, is this just for day traders or just for options? Look, this is for day traders, scalpers, swing traders, directional traders, long-term buy and hold, crypto, commodities, people, all that, if everything. Nic covers it.
So my goal when I started the room in 2012, 2011, 2012 with Benzinga, it wasn't a chat room. It was me sharing my ideas, me sharing my trade setups of those exact things, selling low odds lottery tickets that would lose for the buyers. So selling spreads to create income. That was it. Then we added the chat room. So the chat room became more lively. So then the chat room evolved into the chat room, and then a subset, which is now the live sharing of my screen all day. I didn't take away anything. Everything else is there. The goal is still the same: selling credit spreads to try to make a living without having to guess where prices are going. Now, the chat room is where we discuss whatever we want. The live room is where we can find intraday, fast-moving trades that pay a bundle for people who can do it. So if you join the live room, that doesn't mean you must do that. But you get to see it. You get to chat about these or slower trades. You get to learn a new skill. You get to ask what you want. You get to crack jokes. You get to listen to funny stuff and see incredible things. Like today, 10 minutes at the close, we were all saying, what the heck is happening? But we were laughing it up because it was doing what we said it would do. At like almost a second, we dropped it. So this is for whatever your goal is. My goal is to make money slowly. My goal is to help people trade fast. So if you're the fast guys, you have a home. If you're the slower guys, you have a home. If you're like me doing both, you definitely have a home. So there's no way to describe it. It sounds like Eden, but join it and decide and quit if you don't like it. And give it a good shot. If they give you a free week or 10 days or whatever it is, take the whole week. Ask. If you don't see what you expected, say, where is that thing you mentioned on, what's the day? Wednesday. Ask, poke, and I'll point it out.
Yes, guys, and please know we do have a full team here of staff support, customer success, tech support, all that stuff. So we do have a full team here to help with all this stuff. So when it comes to the live trading, though, trust me, all you have, once you're in that chat room, you don't have to do anything. You're in that chat room, and it's like you have 100 tools and 200 eyeballs working on the same problem. It's just way better than to try to figure this out on your own. Not at these times. It's not the time to do that, Nic.
Yeah. So the effort is there, the opportunity is there, the learning material is there, the commitment from me is 1,000% there. Same from Benzinga, the team. I don't work for Benzinga. I choose to work with Benzinga because I trust them. In fact, I had that conversation today with Rodrigo about trust and Benzinga. So I do stuff with Benzinga that I don't do with many other people in my business associations. So everybody is working to provide a learning experience. Along the way, opportunity to trade and exchange ideas and offer your ideas. I can't tell you how many trades somebody says, I just, a new guy from, I think last week, he signed up from one of the shows you helped me do. He joined, and every day this week, he would come in and say, I'm doing this. And at least twice I know he hit a huge home run. Today he shorted something at the open, and it took him all day to make his money. But then he came back in the afternoon. I said, I'm closing my win. Man, was it a struggle, but it was a win after all. So he shared his trade. I don't let a lot of people say, I just closed the win. We're like, okay, so why didn't you tell us where you went in? Now they're all on the same etiquette. Okay, so I don't boast unless I actually posted the entry point or the opportunity. Like if they say, hey, check out this, is doing good things, and then they come back and say, I just closed that thing I told you about earlier, totally acceptable. So that gentleman, I don't want to say his name in case he doesn't want to. So he comes in, and yesterday, I forgot what it was. He also posted, he came to me, said two things about it. And I looked at it, I was like, yeah, I agree with you. And he took the trade. And today it was, God, I want to say Amazon, I think so. Anyway, he had a specific reason why. And I said, I don't disagree with that. And he took it. It was a struggle. It went against him a little bit, but then he made his money after that. So the ball is in your court, folks. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to say here, well, Sharon Couch says, thank you. Looking forward to tomorrow morning. Sharon, we will see you tomorrow morning. Sharon just joined today.
Tomorrow morning.
Miss Couch there. And really quick, I do want to say when I at least, well, I mean, I've always known the value, but really when you appreciate it the most is really when you need it the most, right? So for example, I remember, Nick, that the chat room was about like maybe 3 months old, something like that. And I was in a trade and I was about to buy some calls. And I remember that, I sent you like a message and I'm like, hey, Nick, this is the setup that I have. Should I buy these? And I was literally about to buy these calls. And thank God that I asked Nick to not buy those calls and wait for a better entry, because otherwise I would have lost a lot of money. And really, I was just trying to take advantage of volatility in the market. So I had like an hour or so to trade. So I had a limited amount of time to trade. I got into the live room and I just asked Nick really, and I got a response right away. So and keep in mind, I'm busy the whole day. So I just popped in there. So that's really when I saw like, wow, I can pop in here any point during the day. And Nick is like on fire, pulling up charts, talking with me directly, webinar style. Like, that's really awesome.
It helps me. It's easier than typing. So it's so much easier to answer verbally, and it's a lot quicker method, and it's easier on the fingers. So I'm upgrading my situation so I can serve better. I bought a 49-inch monitor. I'm probably going to buy another one so I can track more things at the same time. Faster keyboards, although I'm messing the hell out of it. I don't know if I like it. It's a gamer's keyboard, mechanical and all of that. But anyway, all this is for us to level up our game so you can level up your game. So we will do things that most people don't do. So I will share a window. This might look funny on your screen. That's because it's 49-inch monitor, and it allows me to watch the whole indices from the same time frame to track harmonics, which are, people make fun of them. They can make fun of them all they want. I mean, I'm a baby at them, and the way I use them is very surgical and very conservative, and only when I'm certainly very high degree of certainty. They're bulletproof when you catch the right setting. So I never take one thing. I always have to have corroborating evidence. So you can't do one thing right and say, oh, it worked, I'm going to do it again. You better have a system, and we'll help you develop that system. Rodrigo, I'm out of energy. I'm out of time. I need to go do a couple of write-ups and a little bit of homework and a video for the other gang. And I'm going to leave it in your hands if you don't mind, if you're done with me.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I did want to maybe, go over a couple tickers here for the chat. I know that everybody's all fired up.
Let's do it.
Yeah, all right. So, all right, guys. So we're gonna do a fast fire style here before we do kind of finish because we're not gonna finish after this fast fire ticker review. We will be having a live Q&A about Nick's chat room, his strategy. If anybody does want to kind of like just make full sense of it, I'll be showing you the live trading room and live Q&A, guys, and a couple other things. But um, all right. So we have a couple. Let's let the tickers here roll in. And by the way, I think you, Nick, are you gonna post something tonight, for the folks?
I always do. What do you want?
No, because I mean, all the people. So I mean, a lot of people that are, they definitely want to get ready for tomorrow. They just want something to look forward
So
to.
here's
Maybe.
what you if you join, jump in. I placed a very simple statement at the end of the day. I said the bottom line, the Bulls left the day in control. So if we don't have anything outstanding overnight, these are my words, the score would have been higher this afternoon. So if nothing major happens, then we should meander higher tomorrow and get rid of the stinking week and put it behind us. If we dip, I will buy the dip to be long into next week, as I shared with the IWM setup. So that's really all you need to know going overnight. And I invite you to watch the videos I've already posted. I discuss a lot about the macro, what brought us here. In the video I posted last in the Nick's Important Messages place, watch the video, the first 30 seconds, maybe a minute or two. It's about the status of the SPY. How did I see the SPY coming to this stage at 436? The possibility showed up right here. I said the target one is 436. We came pretty darn close. I didn't think we were going to go as fast, but I said if we have a debacle, 436 is the target. Don't be surprised. I hope it wouldn't, but because we rallied 11% in 10 days with one red tick, giving back half, totally normal. That's my statement. Totally normal pullback in a totally abnormal rally. You rally this much, you give back half, not a crazy thing. Now you lose this, you're coming to 427, if not 425. And that would be normal. Look at this gaping hole here. I will buy the dip here tomorrow. I will buy the dip later. What's buy the dip? I would not shy away from getting in and scooping up a few longs for a rebound rally. Okay, give me a ticker. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. So we got Luther the Champ. What's up, dude? Asking for Frey, Frey.
Wow, that's out of the blue. I don't know what the heck that is. What is Frey? That's like that's a whimsical movie thing, right? Okay, what do they do? Purpose of affecting merger. Oh, battery. Okay, so the fundamentals are on your side, and it looks like it's a pre-revenue company. It doesn't have any income. So right away, I'm not going to talk fundamentals because it requires research, and you need to determine whether they're going to be able to do what they say they're going to do. There's no P&L in front of me here. Price-wise, it's stuck in a very wide range. It's currently almost at the middle of the range. So there's nothing major you can do except make an assumption if you're physically trading it. If you're investing for the long term, nothing has changed. It just goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up. There's still no income. So the fundamental value is there. If I'm long, I don't add. If I want to take long for the future, betting on its fundamentals, there is no way on earth I should take a full-size position at once. There's too much risk in the economy. Take a bite. Hey, Mike, take a bite. And if it dips, there's support here at 1050. There's much better support under 10. That orange line and lower, like this whole cluster, based on this period of time, that's heavy volume. So it's like a cushion, like a mattress. If you fall from losing this trend, you will fall into it and get support. This is a better entry zone, under 10. It's okay to nibble long here. And I would fade here, get long here, fade, get long until one of these edges break out.
All right. And then we have NVIDIA from Matt on the YouTube chat.
Okay, I think I can just pull up the NVIDIA chart and just show you the lines we drew today. It is so orderly today. Is NVIDIA question short-term or long-term? So this is the chart from today. I drew these lines ahead of time. This was here for a couple of days. So here we are on the line I drew from a couple of days ago, stuck to it. This I said will bring a rally, and this I said will bring a drop. They tried both. They came back right in the middle. So on any given day, a stock moves from here to here, spends a whole day consolidating. If they break through here, they get to 228 or 229 tomorrow. If not, I will buy the dip into this support with a tight stop if I'm a trader. If I'm an investor, I'm going to take away all these lines and see what it looks like on a yearly basis. And here's where I'm going to make you cause to have to change your underwear. So if for whatever reason, NVIDIA loses this line right there, this looks like a complex head and shoulders that have downside scenario about this big. So don't be surprised to see NVIDIA at 120 something. Big if you lose certain levels. See that orange dotted line? That's one level you don't want to lose. So the head and shoulders is sideways, but I'm a level guy. I will let them lose this one. They won't shake me out. Lose this one, I start shaking. Lose that one and it's gone. So if I was an investor in NVIDIA or a trader in NVIDIA, swing trader, I would get out if it falls below 205, because I don't want to find out if these are going to hold, because if they don't, it's going to 130, 120. What did he just say? That's thinking. I'm not making this stuff up. This is a head and shoulder looking thing, looking to hold this neckline. I can assume support will hold. That's my statement. You can get long. Stop out if you lose 205. My statement. Or if you don't want to stop out, don't go all in. If you usually buy 50 shares, buy 20. If you buy 5 calls, buy 2 or 3. Leave room to add from a lower perspective. Or what? Sell a put spread. So you don't need a rally and you leave room for error. Sell a put to own shares. That's the best thing to do, but not during when markets are all-time highs and teetering. The scary part about NVIDIA is AMD. AMD already lost the neckline for its head and shoulders, so it should be headed into 65 with a lot of support in between. So the AMD reason is that the rally from here, that's the problem. In July of 2020, they gapped up and built a whole giant castle head and shoulder thing on top of a stick with holes. And then they built another giant castle on top of a castle that's built on a stick with holes. And then they lose the neckline for it. Look at my cursor. So AMD needs to be at 104 or higher this week, Monday or Tuesday at the latest. Otherwise, it's going to lose more. It's going to fall probably into 84, 82. Eventually, if the market's correct, it will be in the 60s. Speaking from somebody who took the best trade ever in AMD during the pandemic, I loved how people panicked out of it. I sold puts in AMD at $22. $22. Somebody paid me thousands for the opportunity for me to buy their shares at $22 and $20, 2 batches. Boy, did they panic. I wish they had that bet back. Okay, so this is NVIDIA.
Yeah,
has support, stop out fast.
Yeah, and if we got one here, Dennis Clemens, Tesla.
It's even easier. Tesla was on the screen. Okay, so short term, I already told you about it. Don't short it. You'd be a happier person if you just buy dips in Tesla. Stop trying to short it. It's a monster. Tesla is not the old Tesla. It's better than Ford and GM put together at building cars. It's not my opinion. It generates almost as much gross margin money as they do with 1/3 of their revenues. So that's unbelievable fact. They know what they're doing. So Tesla, here's the risk. If you lose this guy, which is 972, you will lose 900. A couple of days ago, there was a harmonic setup that targeted 945, and 925. So if you lose that, that will make those happen and then some. Choked on something. Buy the dips in Tesla. Just find a dip to buy. Let's go to a daily chart. Very wide range. A lot of support in here. A lot of at 920. Decent support at 950. If it falls into the 850 or lower, I'd be looking to get long in size. And the way I get long is I sell a put spread in size. I buy a call spread. It's hard to buy calls and puts in Tesla unless you're really actively trading it, like on a 1 minute to minute, because then you would have an advantage. Otherwise, you're just sorry about the noise. That's my son's truck out there. So you need skills with the charts, and you need temperament. You need to have conviction. You can't have conviction without knowing charts. With Tesla, if you're buying naked calls and naked puts, I mean, it will punish you so hard. Somebody today said that they're buying a $200 lottery ticket for tomorrow, and I believe they did it before this spike. I can guarantee you they scalped it before the close, because that was phenomenal. This jump from here to here brought them dig, that's for sure. Okay. How about we do one more, and then I have to skedaddle.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, let me pick this last one here. All right, let me pick this last one. Let's see what we have. We already went through that one. All right, so Hug, Napier with Laser, Lazr.
Okay. Somebody's asking me about a tool in the chat room. I just answered them. Laser, that's a LiDAR company, right? Whoops. Okay, so the investment thesis on this one is also developing. There's not a lot to boast on actual like P&L performance, so you're going to have to go on hope. Look how orderly this chart is. How can somebody mess trading this up? It is so consistent. It rallies, it fades, it rallies, it fades, it rallies, it fades, it rallies, it fades. So this last fade is about half the rally. That's a normal stopping point. Now they're going to go into resistance at 1540. If they can breach it, maybe they can get to here. I would not buy calls if I'm not long already here. I would wait for them to break out and then chase it higher. So you either buy the dip to swing it back up to here, or you buy the rip after it takes it. Because if you're not long already, you're going to buy somebody else's profits potentially. That's why it does. I mean, look at it. It's almost like clockwork. So now you've established that they have support at 13 and change. You lose that support, you're going to go back to the lower end of the range at 12. So it seems like next time it gets to 1250, you should consider going long. It's as simple as that. That's one thing to do. It's going to have resistance. There are earnings coming. Maybe the management says something fantastic. I don't know. That's on a daily chart. If you're actively trading it, I'm not sure if it's choppy or not. That's a 1 hour chart. Very tradable. That's a place not to lose. If you lose it, you come down to here, which doesn't look likely. So if this falls tomorrow into it and somebody's actively trading it, they can take a long and see if it does this, if they're actively trading it. Conversely, I don't get long into this. So if I don't get long, oh, I'm going to get long, I'm going to get long, I'm going to get long. Okay, I'm going to get long. Nope, you waited too long. Above that, okay, not going into it. In fact, going into it, you buy puts to see if it does that. All right. So we covered the short term, we covered the long term. We will put lines for them to draw. Maybe I do have lines. Oh, I do have lines. Let's see what they say. All right, so I have lines from a long time ago. So stop out. That was my message here. Stop out 1 for reasons from before. Stop out 2. And look where they are now. Look at my arrow. How old is my arrow? Summer of last year. Look at it. It's on the orange line. That orange line is not my drawing. That orange line is this study. This is the point of control for this whole period of time. It's on my line. What are the odds, right? What are the odds? In this box, I said, old channel equals resistance. They jumped into it 1,000,000 miles an hour and they failed right inside of it. So you can move that box over to here, and this line is still resistance. So very consistent, very consistent reviews. I don't think this will happen, but if it does, you buy the dip if nothing has changed in its fundamentals. And again, the financials look like they're not there. Nothing. It's all about what they can do in the future. Here's another thing you should start looking at when you're looking at companies who are losing or not losing money. Even if it says, there are a couple of companies that people don't realize, they're losing money. But then you go to see what's their cash from operations, and it's positive. So it's okay. The losing pro forma money, that's fine. But when something bleeds cash like that, that's the scary part. And I think it's like DraftKings is one, I don't know, where it doesn't look like they're losing a lot. But you go to their cash, they're like spending 3 billion to get that done. It's, whoa, rates are rising. They're not going to be able to borrow as fast, as much. How is that going to continue? How are they going to deliver the same growth with less money? Because they're borrowing to exist. Tesla used to be like that. That's the game changer in Tesla. So Tesla's game changer was it now delivered $12 billion in cash flow from its own operations. So somebody that still tells you, oh, if it wasn't for the tax credits, they don't know what they're talking about. This is an unbelievably financially sound company based on the metrics here, unless these financials are fake. Look, 53 billion in sales, 13 billion in gross profit. Remember those numbers, 53, 13? I told you they're better than Ford, better than GM. Let's go to GM, right? So here's GM. 127, not 53, 127 in sales, 18 billion. Yeah. So they need 127 in sales to get that done. Tesla did slightly less. Ford is even worse than this. Anyway, and I'm a fan of both companies, Ford and GM. I was long Ford for the group from $7. So anyway, I got to run. You hear the noise in the background. I got to see what the heck my son is doing back there.
All right, sounds good. Thanks a lot for being here with us, Nic Chahine, the lead trader at the Benzinga Options Inner Circle chat room.
Hopefully you join, and if you don't join, I'm going to come hunt you down one at a time. No, I'm not. I'm a peaceful guy. All right, see you later. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks a lot, Nick. Guys, quick Q&A here if anybody does have anything there, but I just wanted to show you, for those that did sign up here, I just wanted to show you this really quick. So this is the Options Inner Circle chat room, the main chat. So you're going to see right here, you have Inner Circle chat. This is where everybody, all of the members and Nick, right? They're posting all day, trade ideas, research, strategies, all that stuff. And in the other chat room called Nick's Important Messages, only Nick can post there, right? So he's posting entries, exits, charts, videos, setups for the shorter terms and the longer terms as well. And the link to join the live screen sharing, which is Monday to Friday, 9 to 6 p.m. It's this. It's gonna say live session, right? And then you see all the indexes right there: SPY, Qs, IWM, futures as well, all charted out every single day pre-market. All right. So everybody that everybody that does join gets a free laptop, and will enter a raffle to win a fully paid trip to our FinTwit conference in May in Vegas. This means, like a flight, hotel, dinner, admission, food, everything. Everything is covered. We're going to take care of all that stuff for you for those days of the conference. You can go out, enjoy, network, do all that stuff. Meet Nic Chahine in person, more importantly. And, obviously it's just going to be a fun time there. So everybody that joins will enter that raffle, and we will be calling the winner in 2 weeks. So that winner will just make sure to have your phone near you, right? And as you can see, Nick will post a lot of other things here, market updates, trades that he's in, out, setups, strategies as well. Like this is Fastly. Let's look at this really quick.
Market, VIX is up 12%. This is something we spoke about, or at least we've been tracking if you were with me in the chat room. That was a possibility from this candle right here. 435, 436.
Dennis, yeah, so there's a 7-day money back guarantee for everybody that joins. And let's go ahead and just watch this video here just to see what kind of videos, he's putting in. This was like, I think 2 days ago, Fastly.
So I said 438 through 436 possible downside. So now Hey traders, this is 4/11 Monday. Bad day in the market. VIX is up 12%. This is something we spoke about, or at least we've been tracking if you were with me in the chat room. That was a possibility from this candle right here. 435, 436. So I said 438 through 436 possible downside scenario, and we are almost there. We're filling it. It doesn't change anything. We rallied too hard. This is the S&P. This was the Fed meeting down here. We rallied too hard, 11% for a whole market. That's insanity. So giving back half would be normal, and we haven't even given back half. So that's the overall picture. What does that mean? It means we haven't learned anything new. This is just price action. Too far down, too far up, too far down, too far up. They can't make up their mind. So we have to be tactical. What does that mean? Every trade I take is not an investment. It's a tactical setup, including today's. So I'm talking about, this is a list of things I wanted to look at today. And now I'm under the gun. So I want to pick something cheap and something that is a wild card. So Fastly, which we've traded before with decent results. I won't overstay my welcome in it. This is a tactical trade, not an embrace of, hey, I love this company or anything. This is purely price action based. I see a green day for it on a bad day in the market. So that's the first good sign. I see a target of 37.5 from harmonics, which don't always come to fruition, but this one has improving internals. So the RSI is improving. It has a target. It's doing well on a bad day. What the heck? If the markets are not going to correct, this one has a good outcome. Big gap. I don't usually chase gaps, but it has a trigger right here as well. So a whole bunch of reasons to at least risk some money. Conviction is medium at best, just because of the nature of the business these days. Somebody just said, this is a frustrating market or a tough market. No doubt. So this is a trigger point if I wanted to wait for it for tomorrow. Losing this one, losing 16.8 might bring us down to 15. So don't go all in if you have any doubts, or don't do anything until tomorrow. I may just want to buy a straight up call. I'm not interested in selling puts, because I just want to make it a straight up buy call thing. So that would be the situation with that one. Straight up call buying process. Okay.
I just want to let you guys know that anybody, if you did actually bought those calls, you'd be up insanely on this Fastly trade. Just FYI, this was like 2 days ago, or 1 day ago, around there.
Okay, so conviction again. Under normal circumstances, I would have fairly good conviction with this, good, except this time I want to knock myself down because it may not work out because of external circumstances. If the market's correct, this one's going to not rally by itself more than 1 or 2 days tops. So let me see which one I would buy. Okay, so this is the table for May 30.
All right, just so you guys know what Nick is doing, he's literally picking the contracts, the option contracts with you. So somebody was asking me, does Nick give you an entry? He just told you right there what would be his trigger, right? His plan and what he would be buying. And now he's actually going into the options chain and going over the contracts with you, right? This is a normal average video that Nick will post with the trade idea on the chat room.
39 days on the clock, so that's the middle of May, not the 13th, the 20th. And I just want to buy the at-the-money call. It's going to cost $200. I could choose these, will be slightly cheaper. The difference is this one moves a little bit slower. If you want faster trade, if you're a faster trader, then you would go cheaper and lower. Closer to time would be cheaper, but it's more of a like live or die right away. If that's you win faster, but you lose faster. This tells me that there's going to be some resistance out there, so it's not an obvious win. So I would book profits right away if I get them. And more importantly, so I should stop myself out. I should say to myself, hey, if I lose X% of my money, I would get out, because it's a trade, not an investment. Now, that's one way. So I could go to 22.5 and pay less, or go to 25 and really count on this to come to fruition. For that, if I wanted to go to the 25, I should go to June. I'll put both options in there. I'll put one, what would happen on the May, what would happen on the June. I'll include it in the table. So with the write-up, look for the table. The table has all these details. versus the actual write-up wording. It might be like summary, picking one of them. So the table is truth. Personally, I would probably buy this one. If I just wanted a pure lottery ticket, I would buy this one, but the delta is already low. This delta is acceptable, 0.35, that is good. It can take a couple of days of beating and it still be relevant. A couple of days of beating and this one will be 15. That's too low. This one is at the money. It's solid for now. Okay. Conversely, if I wanted to sell a put to own shares, I would get to 12.5, which means I would own shares down here. What does that mean? So if I sell a 12.5 put, it means worst case scenario, I own Fastly down here. I don't want to sell naked puts in this environment. Okay. Even though this might be a deal at 12.5, I don't want to own it. So what should I do? I should sell a 12.5 and buy a 10.
All right, guys. So that was just one of the videos there that Nic is putting there. I'm trying to see what else I can find here, really, that I can show you. That's the most recent one. Let's see what else we have here. That's the Fastly one. All right. It's only a day or two ago. Okay, so this, guys, is the... Okay, so maybe we could watch... so there's a Sunday session, and every Sunday Nic will gather with all his friends, you know, inner circle members, of course, and we pretty much go over hundreds of stocks, like in a time span of, you know, sometimes I've even seen those things go for 3 hours, 3 hours on a Sunday. Like that is great. That's amazing. And it's amazing prep for those that are really trying to make sure that they cover all their you know, all their ends. You make sure that you go over this with your community, with your trading group. You do it Sunday before the opening on Monday, right? Obviously, it's really hard because you know, like it's a Sunday, whatever. I understand, but in the Benzinga community, it's different. Like we actually do this on Sundays. We like doing it. We want to trade. We care about trading. We know our users want to trade, and many times they need more time. You know, besides the 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and Sundays is a great time to do that because the markets are closed. We can look at the charts, all the setups, everybody's trades, and keep in mind, Nic is going over hundreds of stocks in this Sunday session that I might show you tonight. So, and it's every Sunday. Every Sunday he does it with the chat members. You guys put the tickers there. You guys put the tickers, and he goes over all of them. You can actually put a comment too, like for example, hey Nic, I got spreads right now, and you know, these are my levels. So you know, Nic can actually address that particular stock with your comment, and a lot of people do that week to week, week to week. So if there are any changes in the stock, obviously, you know, Nic is covering them. Now, a lot of people do also just pop in anytime and ask Nic to do this. Like, hey, look at these charts. I have such and such. You can send him a private message as well. All right. So you can send Nic Chahine a private message in the chat room. I mean, come on, guys. Let's be real here. Come on. You can send Nic Chahine a private message in the chat room. Meet with him Sundays and every other day, Monday to Friday, 9 to 6 p.m. So pretty much you can be Nic's best friend. All right. So on top of that, everybody that joins will get a laptop. It's on the house. Don't worry. We'll ship it out to you. It's courtesy. And on top of that as well, you will get you will enter a raffle. Everybody that joins today, right, will enter a raffle, and we will be calling this person in 2 weeks because we're going to basically pay their entire fully paid trip to the FinTwit conference in Vegas in 2022. Fully paid flight, hotel, board, dinner, every single thing, admission ticket, and really good to network and stuff, guys. So, Truciano, how do I join the program? You have to use the link that I'm putting in the chat. It's the only link that will connect you to the raffle. If you don't use this link, you won't be entered into the raffle. So make sure you use that one. And again, guys, there's a 7-day money back guarantee. So please know that, hey, if this is not for you, at least you gave it a try. And, you know, you can literally test the whole thing out. Hey, is this company legit? Do they actually care? Do they even put time into this? I mean, just look at the time. Look at the fact that that Nick is 9 to 5 p.m. every day and Sundays, and I mean it's what 7:40 p.m. Eastern, and we're still going. So yeah, guys, we do care about your success. That's pretty much why we're here. So let's let's dive in here, maybe into this um video, maybe. But keep in mind, please, that this deal it's going to expire in about a couple hours. So in a couple of hours, um, if you don't see a laptop, by the way, if you don't see a laptop in the checkout, that means that the laptops are gone. So make sure that you click the link, and if you see a laptop, that means that we still have. Okay, so just make sure that you see a laptop and you do it before midnight, because after midnight the price will go to 2,500. Which signals, Galaxy? All right, let's watch this. Let's watch a little bit of this session. If you guys want, let me know in the chat. What's your question, Mary? Mark the ticker. Community rules for the chat. Like if someone, okay, yeah, I didn't see that one. Um, yeah, we do have a pretty, I mean, it's everybody in the chat room is focused on trading. There's no hateful or any sort of extreme offensive kind of language tolerated. Everybody that is there for trading. Um, anything else that is just offensive or anything like that, I guess directly to people, other people like that, just stuff like that. It's definitely not it's not part of what the community is at all, and we definitely don't tolerate that kind of stuff in the chat room. I'll tell you that, Mary. So yeah, Saeed, you want to watch the video? Um, all right, one sec. So yeah, so I mean, if Mary, I think if that's your question, then yeah, that's pretty much the policy. So we do have a policy against that kind of stuff, and yeah, definitely. So I agree with you there, and not a dating site, Doc. All right. So let's go ahead and just watch a little bit of this video, a little bit. Exactly, Doc. It's not a dating site. It's no politics like that. I mean, everything is from a trading perspective. Everything is from a trading perspective. All right. That's what it comes down to. Um, Signals like Galaxy, you're talking about like currencies. I know that there are people in the chat room that do trade currencies. I do know that for sure, that are Forex traders. There are people that are commodity traders, equities. So let's go ahead and put on the chat here. All right. The video. This was from this Sunday. So today is today's Wednesday. So this Sunday, this is the video that Nick posted for the chat members. And you could, if you are a member, you can attend live. You can attend live to this session with Nick. It's an interactive webinar like we had today, just like it is in the chat room every day, Monday to Friday, 9 to 6 p.m. True colon, can I keep the laptop if I cancel my subscription after the 7 days? I don't think so. I really don't think so. But let's go ahead and play the video here, guys. This is from this Sunday, all right, April 10th.
We are live. Sunday, is it the 10th? I think so. Yep, April 10th. We have a long list to cover. Thanks for being here. If you are here, the number is growing in the room. And if you're at home watching, there's also a companion spreadsheet that goes with this. It's over 150 tickers. They are linked with charts and comments and trade ideas and warnings and good news and bad news. So anyway, long list to help us go through it. So I won't have a lot of time to chit chat, so let's get to it. First thing first, sentiment. Like, I feel like this is nothing tradable. I'm just telling you, there should be something big coming, either a sharp correction or a big explosion upside. It seems like a whole bunch of angles in the world are abuzz. There's a little fire under a whole bunch of things, commodities, supplies, and it's all from the pandemic. The shutdown, the global shutdown, has created a wave of things happening, I think, and it's tumbling out of control. I'm not being an alarmist. I'm being a realist. I'm seeing headlines from all different areas: food, cars, money supply, and all of that. We'll see. We'll see. There are a few places that are more vulnerable than others, and we just have to be cautious of what kind of risk we take. It should be finite. So I wouldn't be selling naked puts left and right. That's what I'm saying. Credit put spread's fine because the amount of money you lose is finite. Versus you sell a whole bunch of puts, prices drop. I mean, they're good stocks at decent levels, but that doesn't mean that. But you're still left with a lot of losses for a long time. Okay. Having said that, let's move on. I'm going to start with the earnings. It's pretty important this week. First, this guy I don't usually look at, but if they tell us there's a sharp drop in revenue, maybe it's the first sign of the Federal Reserve poison starting to work. I think it's too soon, but look for it. JP Morgan kicks off banks. Usually it has another bank or two with it, unless I missed one. I don't consider that one a bank. Even though it's a money manager. I mean, it's a huge company, but it's not like Money Center Bank. But this one will move all of the other banks. So if I wanted to bet on earnings as a bet, I would use the other banks because they're going to move with it, and the premiums won't die. So if I buy a call or a put for JP Morgan, as soon as JP Morgan opens after reporting, those premiums are going to die.
Hey, really quick, guys, really quick. You know how it is. I got to give a shout. Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess I was muted there. But I want to give a shout out here to Steve, our newest family member. Let's go, Steve. Come on. Steve's in the house. It's official. He is part of the family. He's blood. Okay. But um, again, guys, let's go back to the session. Again, keep in mind, this is from the 10th. This is from April 10th on Sunday. So this is every Sunday. So if you guys join every Sunday, you can join this session from this video that I'm showing you with Nick. Post your tickers so that you can literally get your answers and feedback on trades and all that stuff, earnings, analysts, things like this. Analyze the options chain, all that stuff. And on top of the Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, live screen sharing, webinar style sessions with Nick. So let's go ahead and get back to the session.
Die. The implied volatility will just get crushed. The other ones won't. So they'll be hurt or gain, not to the extent of this one, but at least you will have, it's like buying a lottery ticket with several drawings. Personal preference. I also want to pay attention to this guy. Every once in a while, this one will move all the other semiconductors. So be careful of this guy's effect onto the other semiconductors. Okay, I think this is United Health. If that's the case, I couldn't read it. Then you might want to take care of your Teladoc and Clover and such. UNH. So I don't know how it's going to affect them, if at all. Just be mindful of that. So this is the caveat, like things to look for. Okay, so let's just jump into it. And this is alphabetically ordered. I think I got everybody. Long list. Oh, I see already a broken link. Okay, a lot of potential trade setups from that. Okay, and the comments are in the section. I'm going to put the comments in front of me.
For those that are asking here really quick, guys, what we're about to go over. I don't know if you guys want to do this with me. I don't know if you guys have the energy to do this with me. All right. I don't know if you guys can hang. But this is a 2-hour session. This is a 2-hour session that's on Sunday. So I don't know if we're going to be able to watch it all. But just keep in mind that this session, for those that joined, if you do want to watch it later, it is in the chat room. Okay, Steve, huge shout out to you, man. I would ask Nick that question in the chat, but let's go ahead and get back here to the session while we have it going here.
In front of me, just so I would know also what we're looking at. Okay, so when the stock is this high, this is Alcoa. I want to know how high is this, so I expand. This is historical highs. I don't want to start longs up here. This has not been a good history for it. This might be different. We might be going into world explosion in whatever they do. I'm not sure. I think it's all about price of commodities. JP Morgan said commodities or whatever can explode 40% higher. Maybe they're too late. I don't know. We'll see. 40% higher from here is a disaster for all economies. That's all I'm saying. Hoard whatever you use, because it's going to.
Hey guys, sorry, you know how it is. I have to give a shout out here to Sean T 326. Welcome to the family, Sean T. Good to have you. Let's go, everybody. Welcome, Sean T. Let's go ahead and get it, guys. Back to the session here. Quick question though by Jim Kruko. What are the times of the sessions and the time zone for these Monday to Friday and Sunday? You know, let me go ahead and tell you, and I'll type it in the chat. So Monday to Friday, it's 9 to 5 p.m. Eastern. And Sundays, 10 a.m. Eastern. Only for chat members, right? I'll post it in the YouTube chat as well. Good question, Jim. Keep in mind, if you don't see a laptop in the checkout, we're done. We're out of laptops. So make sure you go ahead and check that. It will expire at midnight as well. So let's go back here to the session. And again, shout out to Sean T. Let's go.
If they're right, everything is going to double in price and be short of supply. So just fair warning there. If they're right, it's going to be a disaster for everything. Apple, it is elevated. So you need to decide, are you investing or trading? There's no need to pile into investments. There are plenty of uses for faster trades. Supports everywhere, resistance everywhere. It's near all-time highs. You take this out, you will get to all-time highs again. This is where the all-time highs are. So there's no panic. This is saying, where's the problem, dude? So if somebody wants to get long here to get to swing that, I don't blame you. If somebody wants to buy the dip, I don't blame you. What can I do in the meantime? Iron Condor, I don't know. Credit put spread may work. Depends on your portfolio. If you're short a whole bunch of things, maybe a credit put spread in Apple would be good. If you're long a whole bunch of things, maybe an Iron Condor in Apple would be good. In other words, I don't expect much before the earnings reaction. ABC, I can't believe there's a company called that. I don't know what you're asking me here. I mean, let's expand to a weekly chart. What when you do this, I don't know what do you, I mean, are you asking to see if you wanted to get long? I will never say yes to that. So if you want to short it, it is shortable, I guess, but I call these TH. They're too high to chase and too hot to short. If you know the company and you want to pick a fight with it, then you can buy a put spread or something, but not for me. Up here, I would say if I'm trying to get long, I should say to myself, shoot, I missed it. Catch it on the dip. Airbnb is doing what it's supposed to do. First of all, everything played out and then some, this arrow. And now it's backtracking, which is normal price action. Target 1 of the backtracking was here. Target 2 is a little bit closer to here. So I could do a credit put spread if I can assume that the markets are going to be okay. So it's doing everything normal. They overshot a little bit. See, I thought this would play a better role. So let's put that here. Pivotal should be resistance. Actually a little bit higher now. And support. Iron Condor, credit put spread, like same comments as Apple. Tradable, investable, not sure. Super long term, maybe. Affirm, oh my God, I mean, talk about disappointment. Not a deal breaker completely, but okay, so let's zoom out. The Affirm problem is the descending channel, right? That has been ongoing for weeks. Look, they sell every rally. And then they did that thing, and then they fell, and they swam sideways, and then they started rallying. It's like, okay, we're out of the channel. Nope, we're not. Went back in, not the channel, back into the swimming sideways. Unnecessary. So this ascending channel has not started. We're still waiting for one. Let's get back into shorter term. So rallies worked almost perfectly. Faded, should have come up here and challenged, but then the markets had its dizzy last week, and it fell back into what? Back into this candle. So far, fine, but you cannot make any more lower lows. You need to hold the lows from last week. Otherwise, you're back into this hole, and it's a hell you don't want to be in. Company's still fine long term. I think it may have had some negative repercussions from SoFi's words. SoFi's management is an idiot right now. What's the point of warning about your whatever, updating your, downgrading your own, anyway. I think management should not be allowed to say anything like that outside of their earnings report. But that's me. So maybe there's some sympathy weakness there. They're kind of same companies. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. Okay, this is, I think this is not the ALU we want. This is the ALU we want. There we go. Right, Raz? Okay, I think we did a weekly thing on it. So the buy the dip worked on a weekly basis, is working. The resistance is working, so it's stuck. Closer look gives us more information about tighter ranges for the more active investors. It's basically stuck in a range. Maybe you swing it long, get out, swing it long, get out. Yep. AMAT. Worth, if somebody knows the company, every time they fall here in recent history, they bounce. Kind of like Intel. So here's the thing. You can...
All right, folks. We got to give a shout out here. Jim Kruko in the house. Let's go, Jim. Let's go. Jim, welcome to the family, my brother. Go ahead, and everybody, once you sign up, make sure you check your email. You're going to get a form that says laptop delivery, something like that. And just make sure you open that email. There's a form. Click it. Click that form. Okay. And then put the address that you want the laptop delivered to. And we'll send that laptop to you. All right. No cost, no worries. You don't have to return it. Obviously, you know, we said that after the 7 days, from the 7-day money back guarantee. And so you just make sure that you fill out that form, fellas. And once you sign up, have your phones ready, because the winner of the fully paid trip to the FinTwit conference in Vegas in May will be getting a call in 2 weeks. So just make sure, if you have questions, the contact is in the chat. Let's go ahead and watch a little bit more of this. In the meantime, just make sure that you sign up. Don't wait to talk to me, because there's a 7-day money back guarantee. We can talk tomorrow. It's like 8 p.m. Eastern here. We might as well have a good little session here, right? You guys sign up, take the deal, and then we talk tomorrow. And if for any reason you don't like it, you get all your money back with the 7-day money back guarantee at any point. At any point. So let's go ahead and get back here to the sesh and watch a couple more tickers here from Nick.
Get long for a swing trade opportunity. If they bounce, they're going to bounce again. Something along these lines. I'm not sure if they can get to here, at least to here. So it is a bounceable thing, but you have to stop out. A low below last week's low could carry lower to 108 or so, 104. So if I get long, I need to make room for it. So if I get long by selling a put spread, that's fine. If I'm buying calls or shares, I might want to stop out quickly. But it is in a place where it has found support before. Now there's earnings. So if I do whatever, I need to make sure I know what I'm doing around the earnings. AMD cannot afford another red tick. All right, cool. That's all I can say. That's why I said you need to pay attention to TSMC. Lower highs this sharp and a line this sharp, that's not going to last long. And if you lose this one, the technical downside is big. So you can look at AMD and say, what's going to happen to AMD is going to happen to the whole market, because it is part of a big group. if AMT is crashing, Nvidia is going to fall, SMH is going to fall, XLK is going to fall, all the semis are going to fall, and they can't afford to do it. They need to hold the levels, otherwise the Nasdaq will fall, and you know what I mean. So there's a lot on the line. How about that? There's a lot on the line down here. Mute your audio. I think I hear somebody in the background. Just make sure you don't say anything embarrassing. So you can't really mess around with it. You can get long and as a trade saying, okay, the breakdown cannot happen because that would suffer, would cause great consequences, too many negative consequences. That's a silly logic, but you could use it, I guess. Your audio is still open. There we go. I think so. There. AOSL. What is this? Alpha Omega Semiconductor. There. AMD Semiconductor. Pivot zone. I would call it like, don't lose this zone. It cannot lose it. Can't afford. Sorry. To lose it. Because if you do, then you're going to have a downside that's going to be painful. This will come quickly, but the target is much lower than this technically, which it doesn't need to go there, but at least you will lose this much fast. So be careful with AOSL. So if you want to bet on it, that this is not going to break apart, this is where you place a strategic trade long and you stop out quickly. FMG is also... I want to make sure I picked up the right one. Yes. Okay. What time frame was I looking at? Let's go with daily. Start there. All right. So it's swinging wildly, and you have a defined range. So you break out of the defined range, you're going to shoot much higher. Looks like a nice cup and handle. 29.30 would be attainable, but you have to convincingly break out of this one. Or you wait until it comes back here and you catch the falling knife. Nice clean range. Stock like these, you can't infer much from the chart. I could tell you, oh, it's prior resistance, but look at this rally. You're going to have to get granular and get nitty gritty, fighting with in the trenches. You can't make, unless you're investing in it, then just do homework and invest on information, not chart. That would be, so if you want the next trigger, of course, it would be, closer to 495 will get you more open air, and vice versa. Dips should be bought. AXON probably also okay. Falling into support. If support fails, they'll try to go lower. They have rejected, so I guess you can move this one lower. But really, the support is where it's at, and these are overshoots. You have to be careful. You lose these overshoots, you're coming down to here. Resistance will also be a catalyst up. American Express and MasterCard, somebody later asked for. It's not an obvious entry point. They will move with banks to a degree. So if banks fall, and banks have a habit of falling on earnings, they pop and then they crap. Very consistently. So maybe this time it's different. But you know what they say about that. So I would rather get long somewhere down here. 170 or lower. Up here there's no room for anything. Banks are expected to, the only upside potential is that now I'm reading that banks are expected to deliver sharply lower revenues or net income, because all the free candy from the Fed is going to be disappearing. I don't think it's early enough to show that yet, but people are expecting it. Therein lies the opportunity. If people are expecting it and it doesn't happen, pop, potentially sell the pop, because they always go back and fall. So if you get a earnings pop on any bank, get out. Scroll up. I already posted the link. Baba. People keep trying to catch this falling knife and it keeps falling down. Pop, pop, pop. So Banks don't make more money as mortgage rates climb, because the only reason mortgage rates are climbing is because their borrowing rate is climbing. That's what the Fed controls, the overnight lending rate that banks pay for, that banks pay. And in fact, it might be more difficult to make if they're talking about an inverting yield curve, which is them borrowing at a short term to lend at a long term. And an inverted yield curve says the short term rates are more expensive than the long term rates. Then it would say, if I'm a bank, I'd be an idiot to lend anything to anyone. So no, that is a fallacy. Banks need a wider spread to profit. That's my understanding of things. Okay. Baba, again, fundamentally a blind buy to the moon. Technically can get to 180 if left to do its thing. But now you're talking, China is in panic mode, I guess, over the virus. Their old methods of locking everybody down and it are not working, or they are in doubt. That's not my words, what I'm reading. So if that's the case, how will BABA get affected in all Chinese stocks? So I would use rallies to get out. I would use breakouts to chase. Or I would just own it as an investment for 5 years or 3 years or 2 years. It may be a huge payout with a small risk. I mean, how much lower can it go? The math doesn't allow it to go much lower. The income is explosive. The management is solid. They are expanding into other areas. So BlackBerry. This is a company that's completely misunderstood. On dips, get long. They're now in a different kind of business. It's a cult. I can tell you that firsthand. It's like the TLT. It doesn't allow you to stay profitable for long. If you take a position and you get a quick buck, get out. If you're investing in it for the future, like the person that asked for it, fine. It is a way of doing things. So it's a trade, in my opinion. An investment, I'm not so sure. I don't believe in the company because I don't know enough about it. But if you know enough about it, about its intellectual property business, go for it. They're about security now, I guess, operating system security or something. 8 is a trigger to get you to 9.
All right, guys, really quick. Got to give a shout out here. S. Mosheer. Welcome to the family, dude. Welcome. Love it. Mosheer, make sure that now that you joined and you're part of the family here at Benzinga, check your email for a welcome email. If you have questions, call, email the contact that's there. And great stuff. And if you have questions on how to find anything, just reach out. Let's go ahead and get back to the session here, folks, because we're just getting started with this. Let's go.
And you lose that 5.8 unknown risk. BBB, what is this? Bed Bath Body Works. Oh my gosh, another one of those really easy company names to say. Okay, so don't know why you'd want to mess with that. On a daily basis, it's lower lows, lower highs, broken. Revenue streams broken. Dinosaur, dying business, challenge business. Let's see, total revenues. They're trying to recover from, okay, trailing 12 months. So tremendous recovery now, finally. Almost back to what it was 5 years ago. I guess that's the positive news. Statistically, not that expensive. Overview, are they burning cash? They're not burning cash. Okay, so it's a slow recovery. So eventually, I guess they will find the bottom. That's the good news there. But you don't have evidence of how low can it go before it does that. 40 to 38 is a much better entry point for me. Okay. I don't need to say anything. If you twist my arm, I would, I mean, it's not shortable from the standpoint like there is no trigger to short it, except the thesis that it's going into massively big fail before. You can try that again. And if it takes this out, just get out because no clue where it goes. What do they do? Let me guess. Materials. Oh, biotech. Okay, so make sure to get up to speed on the news there. Billy, everything I said about Baba, it's got exactly the same chart if I'm eyeballing correctly. Like some sort of an inverse head and shoulders here that could bring it up to here if they can take that out. So Billy, if Billy can take this out, 35 and change, maybe they can challenge this heavy resistance area. This is the June pandemic base that they lost, and they're below it now. Not sure why I want to go there. So BlackRock, I believe they're reporting, right? Phenomenal company. If you want to have fun, go read Peter Thiel's comments about Bitcoin and BlackRock and JP Diamond. I'm with Peter Thiel on all of that, and Buffett. He calls them nasty names, so I wouldn't want to do that in public, but his thought process is correct. Central banks and big money companies are super worried about Bitcoin. That's why they trash it. They literally trash it. And you don't see that often. You can't trash an asset that's outperforming all of the assets you own put together in a linear basis. You're either stupid or blind, or you think we're stupid. So they call it a horrible holder of value. Okay, I guess we have a different definition of value. Okay, so BlackRock, earnings, question mark, fundamentally sound company. They're passive investors, so they make decisions and they stick to them for a long time. The stock needs a breakout from here, and if you do, then you have upside. Otherwise, you buy the dip into this sharp point. And if you lose this sharp point, we're gonna it's 500. You lose this one, it's going to 500. So, but that's a big line to lose. It's more than 500. I'm gonna stop here for giggles. And of course, the opposite. So let's just bring this one to here. I don't know why I didn't update that. That's a breakout potential. So meanwhile, it ping pongs inside. There is support right here. I'm gonna take this guy and borrow him here. And this is okay. What happened there? This was not supposed to move, supposed to copy. Whoop. There. So that is the BLK. I'll update the chart in my sheet. And you know what I just realized? I didn't go down the list of questions. I usually do that. So I may have to get back to you with a question on an individual basis. Okay. What do you want? Buy. Leverage your mortgage, everything, buy. No, kidding, of course, kidding. The bears have lost any reference points. I guess not even this one. So this is a monthly chart. So this candle is not closed. So this is 1 month. So arguably in that month and this month, it was here, but then they closed lower. So we'll see where that month ends. Not an obvious entry point, not a breakout yet from a monthly chart. Definitely breakout on any other time frame. The weekly, you don't have anything. Daily, you don't have anything. So you can't short it blindly, but it is definitely in a breakout. And if you're starting to look at it for the long term, dude, you missed it. That's what I would say to myself. Okay, BSX, look at this one. You take this out, 48, 49. But then, or buy the dip. But that has been failing for a year. So you be the judge. This is it. If this is it, it's going. BX, is that Blackstone? Yes. Falling into support. It has fallen through it. It delivered the downside that it has delivered before. So we've seen it before. Catchable falling knife. If you're comfortable with $2 or $3, or I mean, this much downside potential. It probably will move with banks, I'm not sure. But start looking for longs is not shorting it. And if you lose these, I think it will have immediate support below that. Beyond Meat, to tell you the truth, it's gone beyond my watch list. I'm sick of it. And it's stupid headlines out of the blue. And they cut both ways, but recently more negative than positive. And management fed us a whole bunch of horse crap that didn't follow up on. Fed us horse crap. So revenue is still growing, but I'm not too concerned with that. I'm concerned with their message. What are you, retail, not retail? Why aren't you in my face at Costco? Why did I buy the competition when I didn't? I can't even tell you the name of the competition right now. I swear to you. Wait, Impossible Burger. Why did I buy the Impossible Burger, which I can barely remember the name, and not Beyond Meat at Costco? Because they're doing a bad job. Because if they're not doing a bad job, I would have bought them. It's in Ralph's. That doesn't matter. I'm just telling you, it is in Costco as well. But why did I buy them? So anyway, technically, you cannot afford to lose this. You lose this one, you're going into 2010 maybe. 20 for sure. 10 maybe. So that is a horrific development. But this is a daily chart. And you have an opportunity to crack above 54. You get above 54, you can get to better place. But look at that orange line is the busiest this stint here. So I would say 74 to 54.5 is very heavy. You can't cut through it without a headline. The headline has to be fantastic, and that's how the company can help it. Give us some sort of a BS headline to go. Otherwise, you're going to spend months trying to crack through that. First thing you need to do is higher lows. So you can't make a lower high. A shorter term, we can have another conversation. Citigroup, I would get long to 57. But we're going into banks. So if you can get long and get out before the JP Morgan earnings, that might be it. So it's a technical long off of a strong base and a reversal to 57 and 62. Those are the targets. CCJ still in the hands of the bulls. Same story as aluminum and everything else, I think. As what is this again? Copper. Following uranium. Okay. You still have kind of the same areas of importance, and you're just. It's not my thing, so do your homework on uranium. We talked about it during the week with other tickers as well, URNM or something like that. So it's hard to invest in these. It's a good trading vehicle if you're fast enough. Arguably, the breakout was here somewhere. Target could be here somewhere, so don't be stubborn shorting them, but just know how late in the process you may be. I don't know, maybe. Okay, so whatever this is, at this time frame, this is a super long time frame. You can see this was a problem up here. It took him, I don't know, a decade to come back to here and break out. So this area will become support. So 40 or lower, that was a bargain opportunity. And I think it will be there for a while. So you have support below. You lose 40, you're going down to here, but I don't think it happens. But therein lies the risk. Conversely, 50 plus is super resistive and a trigger eventually. So all right, Chewy. Okay, your mic's hot, friend. Can somebody help me out with that? That'd be great. Chewy. I love the company business. Thanks, Reds. I'd love the company business. I would buy it on dips, and boy, is it. So it is in a great base with an unbelievably important line to hold below. So I'm going to move this because it is. If you lose this one, you're going down much lower, and I don't see the need. It's already in a great base. Business is solid, growing well. I'll check on one thing here. So if you lose this one, you're gonna have an uh-oh moment, which is not likely. Uh-oh moment, like a downside to the low 20s. Whoops, 1T off, low 20s, question mark. So not likely. Catch it. All this are question marks because I want to know. I want to get notified to do something. Meanwhile, this. What? That's like death. Now 52 becomes an unbelievable catalyst, but a wall. Horrible fail. Now a challenge. So break out of this one, you will get to 64-ish. Meanwhile, tink, 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 tink. So maybe, Iron Condor-ish. If there's no earnings. CL, I assumed you meant this, but I think we covered this, and CLF as in crude. Not an obvious entry point. Great bounce into the middle of this range, but now you should start feeling the heat from resistance into 82. Very simple. CLF, why is that not coming up? Okay. This is where it is. You must hold. You have resistance. Both are catalysts. You lose this, you come down to the low 80s. Simple. Simple. Whoop. We lost our track. CLF. Yep. Okay, CLF, I would say this red pattern said that it had a target of 2664. And then we had this flash candle that went.
Hey, fellas, just want to give you guys a quick reminder here, okay? It's 8 p.m. Eastern right now. At midnight, the price is going back to 2,500. So make sure you sign up before midnight. Once that hits the clock, it's going to go to 2,500. It's still the same deal, but make sure that you actually sign up before midnight because the price is going up, guys. Zen Bullish, love to give credit where credit is due. Founder Jason Rask, true gentleman, scholar. Absolutely, man. Jason's the shit. Absolutely, man. True respect out there for building this. And so, yeah, a lot of good things coming out of Benzinga. Absolutely, Zen. So yeah, folks, just wanted to give you a quick reminder. Sign up before midnight because the price will go up. Right now, it's 70% off. And at midnight, after midnight, it's going to go to 2,500. So make sure that you sign up before. And any questions, reach out. Let's go ahead and get back here with the session. Morton, Benzinga cares. Absolutely. I can tell you that, like, I personally care. Like, we truly care, for sure. Let's go back to the session here, guys.
Almost to it perfectly and bounced. So here's the question. Did this slide eliminate the need to get to 64 so they can take this out and go to the moon? That's the big question. So watch those numbers. I'll give you three numbers. 32.4. I don't know why I didn't do that. What's going on, TradingView? Somebody marked the time. We are 7:32, so 30 minutes into that. They asked me to give them proof of how the thing snaps, and it just did that. Maybe I'll give them a snippet. Okay, so you have resistance. See how it does that? And then this is a catalyst up. And there should be support here. Otherwise, this is target 2. CMCSA, I could be convinced to do a credit put spread. So it does have resistance above, support below. It's good range. The support has been tested. I could be convinced of doing a credit put spread. A credit call spread maybe as well. Maybe an iron condor. This is a catalyst up. This is a catalyst down. I don't think either happens without a headline. Speaking of Costco, not touchable. It's way too high for my taste. Great company. You'd have to wait for a dip. If I were waiting for a dip, not even before 570. So come down to here, then we'll talk. From a trading perspective, from an investment perspective, I wouldn't touch it for months. You missed it. CRM. So I think last week I said, ooh, nice inverse head and shoulders with much upside potential. However, is it too easy? And the answer is apparently yes, it's too easy. So now we have to contend with catching the falling knife, which is a reasonable knife to catch because we have prior lines we can deal with. We may have a higher low, depends on how low it goes this week. Even if it gets to 190, perfect. But you have to respect the levels below here. But here's the logic. Below here, we're in the quarantine levels. And the company is not deteriorating. It's a massive beast. So if you use the logic of, this is another indication, AMD in this one. If they falter, the market's crashed. Literally crashed. So we are going down to 15% in the market or something, which is makes it the unlikely scenario this week without a catalyst. So this is an important week. It's like a hidden. And what do I say about short weeks? They bring drama out of nowhere. Every short week we've had of late has been very difficult. Very difficult. So it is important to stay nimble this week and be responsible. I will say the same thing with with the Sunday night video. I'm making notes. Okay. Good company. I would do a credit put spread while waiting for a recovery, at the risk of, you know, having to deal with a broken credit put spread. At these levels, I will probably take shares if it gets attacked. So CrowdStrike has done well. Maybe still be doing this. I mean, it didn't dip. It just went straight up halfway through. So maybe it did its thing. It has support into 196 and 192. So there's no panic. It has resistance. Equal opportunity of breakout or breakdown. And if it does break down, it's a catchable. There's an open gap down here. So I put an alert for myself. I'm going to raise the alert a little bit to start looking. I'm not saying it's coming down. I'm saying if it does, I want to have a note. Cisco, range bound. It has solid support, solid resistance, ping pong inside. So I would get long down here. I get out up here, get long. So it could get to 55 on this rally if they hold the support. It's not my mouse. Why would it be my mouse? Somebody else was reporting the same thing. And it's not my cursor that's moving. It's their crosshair. It's the dashed white line, not the plus sign. The dashed white line occasionally, the crosshair is the plus, the large dashed plus sign moves on its own, especially during market open days. It's like it's trying to snap itself to something else. Okay, CSX. The green line says what I think it's going to do. This is a base somewhere here. Whether it dips or not, I don't know. But if it does dip, it's an opportunity to get long. But if it loses this, it's going much lower. But you have resistance, we have support. Carvana, what are we missing? The P&L is explosive. They do spend a lot of money, so that's probably the missing part. If you're gutsy, you might want to take a long with a stop fast because it loses a crap ton of money, if I remember correctly. And yes, it does. So it burns almost $3 billion. It burned last year $3 billion almost for its operations. So that tells me that this net income here is BS. It's a pro forma or something. So I'm missing a piece of the puzzle. Just be careful. I'm willing to take a risk on it with a long for a swing back. So a credit put spread maybe, knowing that it could blow up in my face. CVS, I would not chase it into this. I would chase it above this if it's a trade. If it's an investment, there's no rush to own it. So this is a 2-hour chart. Right, so you have a catalyst here and a catalyst here, but until they're taken out, they are areas of resistance. So look, here it was running just as fast. Maybe not as fast, but then it got here and then failed from here. Now it's back to here. Easy go, easy come. It's like nothing happened. So now we're back to the same battle. We'll need help from headlines or the market. Marcus, it's not the freaking mouse, I promise. This is a new mouse. I use 3 mice. They're all top end, I promise you. None of them, it's the same symptom. Okay. Going back to the mouse. It's the mouse, not the mouse. The crosshairs is not the mouse. The mouse is the pointy thing. The crosshairs do their own thing. Okay, I don't like airlines. I do like to trade them, and I don't see an easy trade. If I get long here, I should stop out immediately, because if it loses this level, last week's low, maybe this low, it's going down to the low 30s. Oh, Rez, okay, funny. All right, so if you break out of 40.3, you're going to $3 or $4 higher. So here's the thing. If you're trading it, you get long and you stop out immediately if you lose support. The idea is if it doesn't lose support, it's going to swing back up to some degree. And if it does, then maybe you get long above here. But oh, okay, so that changes things. What are the odds that they're going to tell a good story? Not likely. Now, how much bad news has been priced in? No clue. This is a big question mark. So If you want, talk to me on the day it's reporting. I can give you clues as to what it's going to do next day based on the new tool we got. That we've hit it. I think we've only had 3 mistakes out of, I don't know, 15 to 18 guesses. We only guessed wrong 3 times. Direction, not size of move, direction. At least it's something to have. Better than nothing. Dash, this is another one of the ones that spends a lot of money, I think. By spend, it's burn. Guess not. Nope, never mind. I'm thinking of something else. Maybe Airbnb. Anyway, falling into support. Almost similar comments to the one before it, where if the support holds, it should swing back up to like 124. If it takes this on out, it goes much higher. So these are 2 different conversations. The first conversation, support, will it hold? If it does hold, odds of a rally are good. But if it doesn't hold, it's going down to the 88. And here's the thing. If it does rally to here, I would exit because I think it's going to fall and trigger a head and shoulders to come and fill this gap. Not sure, but it's a possibility. So don't overstay your welcome if you get long and make some money. Dell, I don't trade it anymore. I suggest you don't either. It is in support. It's a good company, but the management always screws us with headlines. Like AT&T, there's another headline. I don't know what it is. I have to go read it. Somebody was asking, some sort of split or whatever. So arguably, it has strong support. Another argument would say, you just triggered a head and shoulders that's going to 40. Which one is going to win? So the head and shoulders I see, it's triggered. So you have this pattern here that says this much, a little bit lower. And then you have this pattern here that said this support, proven support, that says not on my watch, friend, but it is support until it's not. So they're both saying the same thing. If you want to get long, make sure you have a tight stop. We are looking at Dell. I need to update. This chart is better than the one I had. Paste. Okay. Long is doable. Danaher, Dr. D.R. Horton. Is that a builder, home builder? I'm going to say flat out on all the home builders that are today, there are like 2 or 3 of them. I would avoid them like the plague. This technically shows a nice rally coming. There could be some big numbers changes in home builder forecasts. I'm speaking from my friend who also is a builder, and his comments are scaring the bejesus out of me. So just be careful in case. Now, headlines aside, home builder aside, chart comments has support, needs to hold, and it looks like it can hold. And if it does hold, it should go to 78, maybe 83. But warning. Be warned that all home builders could like come falling down. Okay, what is this here? Disney. All right, I think I need to get into more granular information. There we go. Okay. So it had a wacky area, and I think they've gone over the wacky area a few times to make it unwacky. So now we have a range. No longer a wacky area. They filled the wackiness. So now they have a range and a base. You lose this one, you're going for a ride lower, but it should be strong support. In other words, I don't think it does this all by itself. If the market's correct, yes, it's viable. Meanwhile, it can rally back to 142. So this is a candidate for a credit put spread, maybe even an iron condor for active traders. But acknowledging it's risky. Discovery A, I don't mind a long here. It is a manipulated stock, I think, yeah. It's kind of like, what company is this again? Kind of a deal. So you lose this, you may be going for a ride to the mid-teens. So be careful with that. It's an unlikely scenario, kind of like what we said earlier, but it's right there. And then you have resistance, lower highs versus trying to hold support. That's the battle. So it's range bound. So be careful why you're owning it. Maybe DraftKings is the one that spent. Yes, it is. So I'm thinking. So DraftKings, I like the chart. I don't like the fact that they're spenders and that Wall Street is not liking those kinds of companies. But look how well it traced our yellow line. What you want is to hold that support again. So it failed here. kind of. You know, see how the thing is moving? It failed here, kind of, and now it needs to hold. There's no more room for error. You lose this one, you're going for a ride. Odds are you hold, and if you do, then you should get a bounce back here. Make it a trade, not an investment, unless you want to own it for super long term. Business is good long term, but short term, very iffy scenario. Not scenario, very iffy fundamental picture, like on paper, for the quote analysts. Okay, going into a very tough area. That's all I have to tell you. This is going to be a slog. I would not buy longs. This is still support, yeah. DWAC, it is in breakdown from here, as we noted. The downside target is much lower. And this is another trigger for it. They can try to swim out of that. But even if they get to 60, I would get out as a trade. That's what they're doing. They rally, they sell. They rally, they sell. God damn it. Okay. Trading view. Okay. Here's the thing. Well, you're not kidding, Jack. So I said the other day, actually last couple of weeks, I said, do your research. Find out if all SPACs went to $10. If that's the case, this one's going to $10. I'm not saying it deserves to be there. But if all SPACs went to $10, this is not going to be the one that doesn't. So I'm just telling you that. Especially now that Twitter is maybe going back to sanity, politically speaking. That's the takeaway. Oh, by the way, there's something going on with Twitter. Something going on that could affect Twitter or something in the middle of the week. I believe Elon's going to be on TED Talk, or whatever that show's called. So he might say some things that move Twitter stock, is what I'm telling you. If you're long Twitter or short Twitter, know you're going to have a catalyst in the middle of the week. When, I don't know. Just do your homework. Okay, EPD, what is this? EPD. Looks like a gas company. Natural gas, there it is. Let's see here. Just like all commodities, this is not an obvious entry point long term. This is a monthly chart, so we're looking back to multiple decades. You can see how this was a huge support level lost, and when you come back into a huge support level, it becomes huge resistance. But short term, you can't short it based on that, because it's a meme and it's going to the moon. Almost the same thing on this one. Technically, it has it's come down to the target one on the dips from up here twice. So it established support. So now it has the opportunity to break out from here, but it is still not an easy long for me from an investment. It's one of those, you're either actively trading these things or you need to just get over it that you missed it. Okay, shorter term, you lose 1080, you're coming back to 1020 or whatever. So they said ETH, I assume the Ethereum. Ethereum has an I'm long, so it's ETH USD. That's the one I want. I drew lines on it. Where are they? Okay, so there they are. You take out the recent high, you're going for 4,200, if not 4,600. But you also have the incentive to bleed down to 3,100 and maybe even 2,800. Now the quotes differ, depends on who you ask, which is complete bunk. In this case, we're looking at Coinbase quotes, so know which ones you're talking about. So use the references. The recent low versus the recent high. Those are the two triggers. Taking either of those two will carry momentum in that direction. I'm long. I haven't closed my longs because you know my story. I think I just bought one batch of 3. I think crypto should continue lower. Now, I noticed that they've lost 46 again, right? So they haven't recovered 46 since the crash. So they're still on track to do what I said. And if not, I'm already long 1/3 position. I will add the second third if and when Bitcoin hits 28, 29. If it doesn't, I'm already long. Same with Ethereum. I'm long Ethereum. I'm using the Bitcoin numbers to trade Ethereum. Ethereum, Solana, and CRO for different reasons. I also nibbled on Zilliqa, ZIL, for a completely different reason. It's the long shot metaverse investment. Basically, it'll be the money spent in their what is it called? Metapolis. It's just pretty clever play on word. They basically built a fake world, and you can live in it, and you're going to need ZIL to spend money there, buy homes and such. That's the easy way to look at it. It's such a cool idea. I can't wait. My son, on the other hand, he's 20. He hates computers. He's a hands-on type of guy. Okay, so 115 needs to hold. Otherwise, you go much lower. Long term, I think it's a hold as an investment long term. The business is healthy. They're not overspending. They're profitable, I believe. All this from memory. Double check everything I said. Technically, it has a sharp support line that must hold. You lose that support line, we're going for a ride lower, much, much lower. So, not all in. Leave room to add if you're investing. EV Go. Don't like it. No particular reason. I think 14 is going to be a roof for a while, but if not, then it's the catalyst to get you to 16. So as a trade, chase it above 14 and 14.3. Or buy it now and hope for it and stop out if it doesn't work out. And if it dips to 11, get long. Trade it. If you're investing for the long term, don't even bother about these moves. Just own it for the long term for what you believe in. Simple. If it's an investment, that's the thesis. It's not always about charts. You can use charts, or you can use fundamentals, or you can use both. Simple as that. I see support down here. I see resistance up there. It's going to ping pong in between the two. If either of those two are breached, it carries momentum in that direction, up or down. I don't know what Excel is. It sounds like, okay, so I just know how it's going to go. Up here, monitor the relative strength index. If this keeps trending down, you're listening to these words, then this is the path for it. Don't short it outright unless you know how to stop out. And if it does go above this prior fail, it's going to go, and there's resistance above. So if you force me to trade it right now, I would be looking for an entry to be bearish on it. Facebook, it did exactly what we wanted. I shared the trade that worked out so well. Credit put spread, debit call spread, and look what it did. That was my path. I can reload because it dipped. So somewhere down here there's support. It has fallen into support already. I can renew the same trade only higher. So I can do this and that and do this basically. Whoops, it didn't work. Shift everything up. Sell a put spread, then buy call spread when it takes this out. Because when it takes this out, the target of which, somewhere here, but here's the important part. This would be start of the gap. So I don't think this is going to be easy. But it could be a gateway to the gap, which starts at 250. Gateway pop, target into the gap, past 250R. So I think the bears will fight hard for this line, and then when they give way, it starts the gap. So credit put spread is pretty good. FCX, again, it's one of those runaway things, and you're going to have to trade it based on shorter term charts, or if you truly believe that this is it, load up. Not for me. I would forbid anyone in my family to do that. I think this is going to play out. It's yeah. But I don't know anything about the company. So you do your homework, and if you think fundamentally it's going to 76, arguably you can make that argument. On a dip, buy it. So if this happens, then on a dip, buy it. More logical entry for investors. Swing, take that out, and you get to 76, 77. But breathe. You can't just go to the moon. How much of a rally was this? 1,000%. If you're asking me to get long after a rally of 1,000%, I say, let's go revisit people who bought Novavax and all these stocks up at moon levels. I'm trying to remember something with UPS. So FedEx cannot afford to lose its recent support because it just opens unfamiliar downside targets. Something's wrong with this company. Can't. I don't know what. I just don't know. I don't like how it's behaving. You see how that is? Maybe this red line is playing out. Or something. So if they don't go back above 200, FedEx cannot afford to lose its I would be seriously worried about this because it just opens. Don't catch the falling knife. They're super busy, but they're so inefficient because of what Amazon. Something's wrong with this company. All right, check this out. Pop sold. I don't know what. I just don't. You tell me. I don't like how it's behaving. You see how that is? Yeah, right. So maybe this red line is playing out. It's due for a bounce. They don't go back above 200. So FedEx you can make the assumption that the support will hold because seriously worried about this because it just opens how far back it goes. They're super. I'm okay holding long for a pop because of what. But you have to know that it's a risky long. Okay, so if you're okay risking whatever it costs to buy calls for say June, you tell me I would hold like how it's behaving. At the money calls for June. Yeah, right. Maybe this red line is playing out. Because if you take this out, you could get due for a bounce. They don't go back above 200. So FedEx you can make the assumption that the support will hold because seriously worried about this. Because it just opens how far back it goes. Worth the risk, I think. They're super okay holding long for a pop because of what. But you have to know that it's a risky long. It's a stock. I don't know if you're okay risking whatever it costs to buy a call for say June. You tell me I would hold like how it's behaving. And it's one of those stocks that the money calls for hated by Wall Street. Yeah, right. Maybe this red line is playing out. Because if you take this out. You could get due for a bounce. They don't go back above 200. So FedEx can make the assumption that the support will hold because on paper it just opens how far back it goes. Worth the risk. So maybe I'm okay holding this or maybe to flush them, but you have to know that it's a risky. If they lose, if you're okay risking I would buy call seriously for say June. Now it has a big wall and they can't get up. At the money calls for hated. My stop out was out here. Maybe this red line is playing out. Because if you take this out, resistance, you could. It's due right here. If they don't go back above, so FedEx can make the assumption that the support holds because gap paper. Maybe you buy it on a don't catch worth the risk. Maybe I'm okay holding this or maybe to flush them, but you have to know that it makes sense to hold. They lose. If you're okay risking I would buy call for say June. Now it has a big wall. Has worked several times already. So if you're a trader, boom, you're in a buy the dip area. If you're an investor, it's reasonable to take starter position in GE. Gilead, there it is. That's the opportunity. You have support below. You can break out from here. So if you dip, you can get long. If you're not long, I would wait for the breakout and chase it. It looks like easy air. So maybe it's not so easy. I don't know. Is it too easy? GM, so my comments were spot on for months when they were rallying, when Ford was going to 26 or whatever. My comments were concern, and here it is, playing it out. This is a bounce. It should be support. I don't think it's out of the woods. They're selling rallies. So let's say it rallies to here, and you're long. I would get out. I would seriously get out, because this is what's going on. Look, you can draw a channel on it. This channel right there is going on. And it's not touching. I'm not touching lines. I'm showing you the behavior of what the machines are doing. They're selling rallies. So if they come up to the upper end of the channel, you should get out. So 43.50, I would be out. What if it goes to 46? What if it does? I'm just giving you what I would do as a trade. If you're in it to invest, I want to bring out another piece of caution. I did FMG earlier. If not, I'll just pop it in right here. So the idea of switching to EVs is not friendly to these two companies' P&Ls because they're inefficient, and they say they lose money on EVs, and they're switching their profitable business into EVs. In other words, they're not stealing new Tesla clients. They're stealing their own non-EV clients into EV product like Macy's was doing. Oh, I'm growing my online sales. Yes, but you're taking away your foot traffic, which is profitable. And at the time, their online sales were not. So you're cannibalizing your profitable product. into a non-profitable situation. So there's going to be a serious dip in the P&L. That's a theory. Okay, you can take the other side of that theory and saying, no, Nick, you're an idiot. Then this is your entry. I'm just telling you straight up. So FMG, I know I looked at it. Okay, big wide range. Whoops. With an opportunity above short term. This is not a buy to dip opportunity. It's a breakout opportunity. So you take that out, which was a prior fail. You can have some open space. But I usually don't like to get long into it unless you're making that assumption and you can stop out. Or you take bite one of two. Or if it dips, I would get long anywhere into 20.
Hey folks, just wanted to come in and check in with you guys. Damn, it's been an hour on this. Jeez, an hour here into this video. This is the Sunday session that Nick does every Sunday for all his chat members. You've been stuck here like on glue. All right, this is literally what we do every day in the chat room with Nick. I have to give a shout out here to SDC Statements. Shout out to Mr. Statements there. And folks, again, remember to sign up before midnight. The price will go up to 2,500 after midnight. So make sure you do this. And also, if you see a laptop in the checkout, that means that you are getting a checkout. So Dennis, I believe you are Mr. Statements. So yeah, let me go ahead and take care of that. And let's watch a little bit more. I've been very nice with everybody. You can't say I have not been, you know, you can't say a whole hour. Okay, just literally here so you guys can listen to this. All right, Dennis, I get you, no worries. So yeah, let's hear a little bit more of this. And if anybody has issues with the checkout, go ahead in the chat, let us know. But yeah, go ahead and tune in. We still got a little bit more to go here.
To swing it back up. This is a weekly perspective. So you break out of here, that's a wall. You break out of here, whew, open space. Okay, so there it is, FMG. Why did it... Wait, we're going back to A's and B's? What happened here? Oh, it was not... Oh, okay, so maybe it's not all alphabetically assigned. Okay, bummer. Sorry about that. So where were we? Facebook, FCX, FDX, Fastly, Futu, GE, GM. Okay, gold. So you typed in gold. I assumed you want... see, that's not the gold I want. Barrick gold. I did make the correct assumption. So check it out. Big catalyst. You take that out, you're gone. But look at that. That's the one you want to worry about. Whatever happened in March, early March. This is a weekly chart. That March week, look at it. This week right there. So they opened here. Somewhere in the week, they hated it. They loved it. They came back and closed exactly. And I mean almost exactly for the whole week where they opened. And now they're inching into that. So you take that out, you have space. Otherwise, I would assume they fade here and buy the dip. So depends on what you're doing. Are you investing, trading? So good company. Garmin. I'm missing a piece of the puzzle. The revenues are growing. Everything is great, and the stock cannot find footing. So kind of like PayPal. What the hell? So we're missing a piece of that puzzle. I guess you can count on support somewhere here to say, okay, I want to hold it for a little bit and see if Wall Street wakes up. If not, I'm risking a little money. I'm okay with that. Just make sure it's a position that is sustainable, like short-term calls. That would be horrible. Long-term calls, better, more expensive, but you have to be diligent stopping out. Don't come to me and say, oh, I'm down 90% on my calls. What can I do to hedge them? You can't hedge something that's already 9%. The word hedge is for something that hasn't started losing or barely started losing or slightly winning. So use good judgment there. Credit put spread might work best, but I don't know how liquid it is for options. HD, I would avoid like the plague right now. Arguably, so last week they flashed a warning sign that they broke below support that has much more downside to go. but then they pop right above it. So if they break last week's low, I would be seriously concerned. And this goes hand in hand with the home.
All right, and we have a new member here, Carlos. Carlos, I'm going to give a new horn for Carlos here. Let's go. Let's go. New horn there. Let's go. Carlos, welcome to the family. Mr. Statements, welcome to the family. Again, guys, make sure to email if you have any questions. I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit more of this video so we can get a better sense of really what we do on Sundays as a community in the Benzinga Options Inner Circle. Keep in mind, this is on Sundays. We meet Monday to Friday, 9 to 6 p.m., and we do this the entire day. No joke. So let's go ahead and play a little bit more of this.
Builder concern. I have grave concern about the real estate market. I know a lot of you are real estate people in here. You may disagree with me. I'm not a professional in that industry. I'm just looking from the outside looking in. I'm putting two and two together. Interest rates, mortgage rates skyrocketed. I know that because I have a small adjustable mortgage left over that I never bothered to do anything with. It was 2.5% last year. It just adjusted to 4%. So if that mortgage loan was $2 million or $1 million, that's a big chunk of money out of my spending pot to spend on anything else. And here's the risk: consumer spending depends on that, right? It's going to get crimped, and consumer spending is 2/3 of the U.S. economy, which means the Fed poison. If they listen to these idiots squawking about needing 0.5 point, we're going to crash this economy as fast as we grew it out. So this all comes from the decision to shut down the world. The consequences of that decision financially on the businesses have created the crimp in supply now, and the money pouring of money to reflate it, which is now they're doing the exact opposite. So they should let inflation work itself out. And we need as painful. Inflation is better than what they're doing. That's my uneducated guess. Anyway, inflation will fix itself. When things become too expensive to buy, people will stop buying them. Case in point, my son yesterday sold a 1990 Suburban with 350,000 miles for $8,000. Last night. The guy showed up, side note, was strapped. He had a gun on his in a holster. Side note, unrelated, but he showed up with $8,000 in cash and bought a 350,000 1990 vehicle for $8,000. So just to let you know, that stuff won't happen if people are crimped for cash. Inflation will fix itself. Hyperinflation wouldn't. We don't have that. Anyway, HD. Packing heat in his bourbon. Yeah. Bourbon. Barb the Bourbon. That was its name. So be careful with Home Depot. Honeywell, great company. Maybe snapping out of this descending trend. Now maybe working on some ascending action itself. You do have a, let's round it, $200 target catalyst. It's a problem until it becomes a catalyst. Why don't I have a line there? Maybe it's on a lower time frame? No, can't be. Okay. This is your problem and your opportunity. Good company, I believe they're crankers, like solid performers. They're like you can forecast its profitability. 24 PE seems on the high side for them, but let's look at net income. Boring. So boring is consistent. Credit put spreads on bad days. I don't know if they're liquid enough. Hood. Okay, you're hanging on to dear life. You want to buy out. I mean, they have millions of subscribers. Maybe somebody will buy them out. If somebody wants an in into crypto, they have crypto, right? If somebody wants an in into crypto, maybe we'll.
All right, and we do have Timmy here, our newest member of the Options Inner Circle live trading room, and I also have a brand new air horn for Timmy. Let's go, Timmy. Let's go, Timmy, with the new air horn. Timmy, welcome to the family. I know you're going to have an amazing time here with everybody. And I'm glad you're enjoying this session. It's definitely been amazing. We've been here for an incredible 5 hours. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 hours. There you go. Options Inner Circle, Benzinga, how we do things. We go hard. There's no soft here. Okay. We go hard for you guys. We want to make sure that everything is on point, that you understand all these things, that you actually know about, that there is an amazing community out here that is waiting for you to join so that we can all be part of the great trading family that we have here at Benzinga. So let's go ahead and go back here and listen to a little bit more of this Sunday session from Nic.
They will buy them out. Otherwise, you've got like a hair trigger floor. If you lose that one, you're going to 4 or 5. I don't know. That was an amazing opportunity to get out. HPQ, is this the computer company or is this the other company? I know they split it in two. Okay, so I'm shopping for a laptop right now, and I'm landing on HP, which I thought I would never do. It's the cheapest. I'm looking into all kinds of other names. I need a beefy, like almost gaming like laptop, and not for gaming but for what I do, and I'm landing on them. So they have good products. Why is it so crazy? What is this? A triple gap. Like they don't want to be at 3750 at all. Look, they didn't touch it. They went through it. Now they're still like, what is going on with 3750? Look at it. You can go back. It's like 3750. So assume it's going to come into play again. I would buy the dip below 3750. This is a Buffett computer company. Yeah. I think he needs to retire. It's like Ali fighting at 50. Or Foreman at 50, whatever it was. He didn't take a stake. His company did. Right. Okay, so this was a place to hold, and they didn't. And now they're trying to recover it, whatever this is, IBM. But talk about underwhelming company. This is it. But it's pretty stable, so I would do an iron condor in it. Or sell a put spread. It's relatively stable given this craziness that's going on. IFX, did I get this one right? IFX, this is Germany, right? Zetra. There. Support for you, Rez. You do have support. I like this 27 line, and if not, it has backup. And if you lose the backup, and then this support now, of course, is no longer support, it's resistance. So you're kind of like, if you're in it, it's too late to do anything. You can count on the support trying to help you out. Or if you're trying to get long, maybe half batch. Whoops. Okay. Needs to hold, and if it does hold, you have the opportunity to bounce. Simple as that. If you're gutsy, hold it for an opportunity to bounce. And if you get here, I would get out. If you take these out, 50 can come fast. But you can't afford to lose this. Unknown downside risk. Intel, I would get long. Remember this? It played out like a bandit on some headline. I don't know what it was. They bought something or whatever. So every time they fall below 46 or towards 46, opportunity to get long. So why not start the ball rolling by selling a credit put spread down here? So the way I would deal with it, I may share it this week. I would sell a credit put spread, and then if I get heat, like if price falls into it, I would just take the shares. But caveat, if those scenarios we talked about with AMD and another semiconductor company, if they play out, and if markets crash, then Intel may not hold this, and if it doesn't hold that, it hasn't fallen in 3 or 4 years, it will go below 40. It's almost a guarantee. But that is a long if, so it's got 3 things. You need semiconductors to collapse. Maybe TSMC could start it, but you also need the markets to collapse. And this one, if it loses these, which is a highly unlikely scenario, I would bet against it, then in the 30s it goes. JetBlue, worth a long with a tight stop if there's no earning. And I would exit anywhere into here. 1 month out, it's an island. I don't understand. Johnson Controls. Oh, Intel. Okay, thanks. Johnson Controls. Support, gap. On the way down, gaps could be interesting for machines to hunt. If there's really a gap in volume, there's no obvious gap in volume. Not that I think of. There isn't. So I wouldn't short it because of the gap, but it's there. If we get close enough, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But the opportunity is somewhere in here lies support. Boom. So if you're long, I don't blame you. If you're looking to get long, you're doing the right thing. KBH, Homes. I would avoid. I mean, technically, they're falling into support-ish, I think. Let's go to a daily. Okay, that's not enough. I'll go to 2 days. All right, you see that? You see this guy? Number one. Look at this. To the penny. Normally, I would say, get long with a tight stop. That's a good bounce. That's also a tradable comment with backup support. So, if you know this company, it's okay to try to get long. My only fear is, I think there's a home builder reporting this week. And if there is, it might say some nasty things. Is that them? Did they report? Oh, they already reported. Then never mind. So yeah, it's a viable dip, as long as you know that there's total risk below. Interesting. Okay, don't know why we're looking at this. The chart is broken, and it's near its all-time lows. You better take care of that. Part by doing your homework on the company. You're not going to get definitive information from the chart. It's telling you it has been lower, and it could go lower than that. So you're gonna have to do some homework. Technically, you take this out, you have some spikes, and if you dip into here, it's a buying opportunity for the immediate stop. Because if you lose this one, unknown downside. Kraft Heinz. Who knew that this business is so exciting? What is this? So that's your next action plan. If they take this out, unknown. Meanwhile, are they tracking it and to fail? Sometimes they flash this by mistake, and whoever did this will walk the price up to get to it, and then they fail. So careful what you're doing. If I'm not long, I wait to see what happens at 42. KKR. Support below, resistance above. I think it stays in between. Laser, I think that's LiDAR. Support, low, high, somewhere in the middle lies the truth. It has support here, so I can assume, okay, this is a support zone into 13.5, 13.3. If you want to get long with a tight stop, that's fine. Otherwise, there's not a lot of clues here. Yep, not a lot of clues. Lennar, okay, I'm gonna sick and tired of myself saying the same thing. Viable dip area under normal circumstances. However, do your homework on the prospect of home builders. You lose this, you go into 68, maybe 66, maybe lower. A lot of resistance above, and I mean a lot. Okay, Curtis, thanks. So Curtis thinks that there was some positive development in how money flowed into laser last week. Meaning big money might be building something into it. LIN, what is this? Lindy. So 312 needs to hold. You lose that, you're going to test 307. You lose that, you're going to like 296. Simple, as they say. That's not my forecast. That's what happens if they lose this. Meanwhile, you have 3 trigger zones to go higher. Each is resistance until it's broken. LSPD, Lightspeed. I'm done trading this piece of crap. I'm done with it. But it is a good business. If you look at the P&L, it looks good, but it's one of those where the revenues are rising almost as fast as the expenses. Wall Street has no appetite for that. So I've tried twice. Both had winnings, and I didn't book either. So I'm now 0 for 2. I've said, you are better than me, ticker. Therefore, I've left it alone. You take out 35, you can get to 50. So up to you how you want to play this. Sell puts to own shares, I guess, would be the only way I would play it now, and that's it. LUV, vulnerable for a dip. Boy, were we right. It did provide that dip. Now it becomes an opportunity to buy into strong support. So it's on my to-do list for this week to do a credit put spread of sorts, and then a debit call spread if I wanted to. But I enjoy not needing a rally to win. MasterCard, what I said about American Express earlier, middle of the range, great company, no reason to expect crashes or anything. I would sell a put spread on it, preferably on a bad day, maybe.
All right, folks. All right. We've been here since 4 p.m. Eastern. It is 9 p.m. Eastern. It's been 5 amazing hours here with you guys. So, number one, I want to thank all you guys for being here. Keep in mind, if you do want to join the Options Inner Circle chat room, make sure you do it before midnight because the price will go up after midnight. And if you see a laptop on the checkout, that means we still have laptops available. So surprisingly, I still have more work to do, but I do have to step away here from the session, guys. So please make sure to call or email if you have any questions about joining the Options Inner Circle here with Nic. Keep in mind, you can call, you can email, we'll be available here right now. We know that the deal expires at midnight, so it is kind of time sensitive. I do get that. So just reach out if anybody does have any questions. Again, we're going to be in the chat room tomorrow morning, first thing. So if you already joined, a bunch of you guys, all right, Mr. Documents, Mr. Carlos, all the folks that joined today, make sure that you're there in the morning. And if you have questions on where to find it, email me. A lot of you guys already emailed me and already sent you the thing back as we've been in this session. So, yeah, just make sure to email me, contact me. I'll make sure that everything's up to speed with your account. So, but yeah, folks, thank you everybody for joining. Big round of applause for staying here all till the end for all the 5 hours. And just call if you guys have questions. I'm going to leave this running here for a bit before we do close the stream so that you guys can get the link to sign up and stuff. And everybody stay safe. Have a good week. Make sure that you're knocking out those trades. Have that strategy. Don't gamble. Okay. And please join this amazing community. You will not regret it. Trust me on that. There's a 7-day money back guarantee. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try it. Folks, thank you very much. Have a great evening, and we'll see y'all next time.